Hey Jack, how's it going? Going alright. Not bad. I'm gonna give it a little bit. So, last I clocked in for doing 1.5 on C inside, it was 9 hours. But we're starting early. It's more than likely going to be 2 parts. I'll have to separate the read-through into 2 parts, because I don't think 9 hours is good for me on a work night. But we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll naturally be faster. Who knows? Yeah, I'm gonna start 5 minutes after 5 my time. So that means 10 minutes from now. Just read faster. Yeah. So how you guys doing? I have not had like a minute of rest today, I guess you can say. I've been constantly doing something. Whether it's playing this or pretending I'm working at work. Been pretty busy. A bit tired. Yeah, it seems you've been busier than usual, Dylan. They should live stream up. Ooh, $3 refund? That's good. I think you told me about that? Yeah, you did. You did. Oh. The tension with the First Nation is brewing in the reservation around me. Oof. Hope things calm down. I've been out of the loop when it comes to stuff like that. Especially if it's foreign. Or overseas, I guess you can say, is a better way of saying that. It's like her and she. There's no... Yeah, there is no hint on when she's coming out. Forest Rangers. Let's go ahead and look that up real quick. Oh, I see. Yeah, I just looked that up. 1 year, she and her and global. Oh, you'll also hear it. And that person. Am I in Strand right now, by the way? What do you mean? I'm at 1.5. Right now we're just waiting until 5 minutes after, that way people can roll in. And then I'll get started. This is going to be like around 9 hours. So I won't be getting the whole thing done tonight. Unless I just read faster, like how it's been suggested. A hunting morgue. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a... Why are they doing that? Why are they hunting the caribou? Hey, Cham. Hey, Recon. How's it going? Read mags. Yeah, the issue with that is if I read too fast, then I will stutter a lot, because I do have a stuttering problem. As acting usual, no problem, Recon. Stay safe. Don't lose your job. I am not worth a loss of money. Yeah, but also the it is not in regards to AK-12, it's in regards to something else. $15 plus 1. pursuing Nirvana or huge monster thing? Maybe. I can't say anything, because that'd be spoilers. Alright, let's go ahead and start moving towards that. I think it'll be the last year. Okay, let's go. Alright, strap in, boys. And girls, if there are any here. I sit on a sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down on the city of Lviv. As a white zone city, it is a clean and bright place. Compared to previous green zone cities, it looks like the product of a completely different society. Lines of cars flow steadily down arterial streets, while corporate skyscrapers tower overhead. Everything here seems like it's completely disconnected from what lies beyond the quarantine walls. It looks even more developed than the major cities from my memories. Apparently 10 years is plenty of time for a core city like this to accumulate all kinds of resources. If I hadn't been in the Yellow Zone all this while, the city could have convinced me the world was a better place compared to 10 years ago. I dragged my focus back to reality. Behind me, Colfine is jumping up and down on the bed, making strange dorky noises as she bounces. Oh, I actually forgot there was voices here. I was too used to seeing. Wow, Commander! This bed is 10,000 times softer than what we have on the Elmo. Colfine launches herself too high and loses her balance, landing head first on the mattress. Her neck makes a loud crack before she bounces off the bed and hits the ground, so she's dead. Oh, that hurts. Alright, Colfine, that's enough. You're messing up the bed. Sorry about that. I'll tidy up. Snowpia. Colfine climbs back to her feet and looks around the room in surprise as she begins making the bed. This is so fancy. I didn't know a hotel room could be so luxurious. Commander, were you some kind of super big shot in the past? No. Actually, it was my first time staying in a room like this. Huh? No way! I thought this was your life before you went to the Yellow Zone. That's if. There's no way I could live a 1%er's lifestyle like this. 1%er feels not correct, but yeah, okay. Even in the past, I was nothing more than a salaried employee at a small indie PMC. Really? For some reason, it feels like you're hiding something, Commander. Currently, we're in the penthouse suite of the Lviv Grand and Continental Hotel. The accommodations are comprised of 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms and a living room that doubles as a guest room. There's plenty of space here. Be prepared for doesn't feel correct. Doesn't feel correct translation. Oh, it feels bad. I'm prepared. Yeah, indie PMC didn't sound right either, but whatever. In addition to luxurious furniture, the suite is filled with gleaming works of art. Thanks to the past, we haven't been hindered or searched once on our way here. In fact, the concierge handed us the keys to the suite without a second word. Municipal police eyed us a few times, 2 dolls at my sides, our luggage raising flags, but each time, one glance at our ID and they immediately back off. It's also mainstream PMC. I have to say, this does feel quite novel compared to my usual way of life in the Yellow Zone. While Group 2 didn't take the same train as us, their reports indicate that their journey has been going quite well too. Colfine, can you lend me a hand? She just said yes. Okay. Colfine and Rosa helped me put away the luggage, and they began extracting all manners of items from them. Colfine quickly checks our weapons, then puts them into the big safe deposit box inside the wardrobe. Meanwhile, Rosa begins connecting various pieces of electronics equipment in the living room. Before long, a brand new secure communication server is set up and ready to go. After powering up the Type 70 two-way low-frequency MES system, Rosa connects to an encrypted level 2 layer and establishes contact with the other teams. Commander, 4 Monsoon have reached their designated safe houses, and they're deploying their equipment. They'll be scouting the high ground nearby afterwards. Alright. Make sure to keep a low profile. Have them send their routes over so I can go through it before they proceed. Will do. Oh, yeah. Isn't it almost time for the scheduled check-in with Springfield? Yes. We have about 10 minutes or so. Alright. Let me know when she calls. Rosa nods, then begins briefing Group 2. I take out a bottle of sparkling water from the fridge. The glass is crystal clear, and it even has an intricate seal on its surface. I sigh. This bottle of water could probably cost a month's worth of mission earnings in the Yellow Zone. Look, I buy sparkling water, it does not cost that much. I twist off the cap. The bitter liquid flows through my tongue and helps ease my fatigue a little. Oh, what's this, Commander? Already enjoying life? I hear a teasing laughter over my earpiece. I quickly sweep my gaze over my surroundings, looking for hidden cameras. Oh, don't be so anxious, Commander. I'll still be borrowing Colfine's visual feeds. And what do you know? The very first thing I see is you down in a bottle of something super expensive. Hotel sparkling water costs that much. Never been to hotels then. I've always been in like 3 or 4 star hotels. 5 stars are just too expensive. I look behind me, and sure enough, Colfine is sitting on the bed and looking at me. I walk over to Colfine and turn her head to that direction. What? Okay, keep facing that way. Don't look at me for now. After ensuring Dandelion can't see me, I keep my earpiece and continue the transmission. What is it? Is there news? Just making routine check-in. The ammo is now stopped beside the railway station you set out from, near the green zone quarantine walls. I doubt anyone would be bold enough to launch an attack there. I've already placed an order for chopper fuel, and local underground brokers are already sending the supplies over. This way, Group 3 will be always ready to extract you all from Lviv. There's more than 5-star hotels? There's 6 stars? Speaking of which, Commander, I was looking through the Elmo accounts and I have to say, your finances are in a really sad state. Wait, you hacked my accounts? Oh my, how's that considered hacking? I prefer to call it effective asset management. Well, thank you very much for that. Unfortunately, the ammo really is that strapped for cash, so if that really bothers you, why don't you top off our accounts with your UNC salary? It's not only to want me to work for free, but even want me to pay for the privilege of doing so? You're so mean. I choose to ignore Dandelion's theatrics. How are things with the 3rd Gen dolls and Melanie on board the Elmo? They're pretty normal for now. I've arranged for Groza's team to keep an eye on them. They shouldn't cause any trouble for the time being. There haven't been any new developments otherwise. As for the Girard group, it seems they'll be holding a press conference today. If anything comes up today, I'll share it with you. No rest for me. Thanks. Commander, Miss Springfield made her check-in call. Alright. Gotta land, that's all for now. We'll talk if anything new happens. I'm not the Groza, and she patches Springfield to my earpiece. Springfield, how's the mission going? You should have linked up with Colleen by now, right? Indeed, we're Miss Kalina right now. However, Springfield hesitates, and I sense something is wrong. She's been hospitalized and is undergoing treatment. I've also heard that you've arrived in Lviv. Did that trouble you to come over and visit her? Wait, she's been hospitalized? What happened to her? Springfield doesn't reply right away. I can hear someone whispering from beside her. I'm sorry, Commander, but the details are very complicated. I might not be able to explain them over transmission. It would be best to explain the specifics to you in person. I sent you the address. In addition, Miss Kalina would like to speak with you face to face. She's in labor. Understood. I'm heading over right now. I'm very sorry to have inconvenienced you, Commander. Not at all. Are you alright? Yes. We dolls are fine. It's just that Miss Kalina... In any case, we'll be waiting for you at the hospital entrance. Got it. Give me some time. The transmission ends, and I begin thinking. Springfield mentioned that Colleen was hospitalized. Was the Zakura girls and Colleen attacked during Helena's handover? Alarms mainly go off my head. If Helena could be snatched even in the white zone, it means Nafa doesn't have much control over the situation in Lviv. That also implies that what Kruger said about putting the Gerard group on trial is probably not going to happen. I remember an incident in the city of Belgrade. It strikes me that I have nowhere near enough forces on hand to handle a clash at that level. Rosa, get ready to move out. This is our destination. These coordinates are... Is that a hospital? Nothing happened? Yes, something happened to Colleen. I don't know what the details yet. I only found out from Springfield's transmission. My guess is that they were attacked during the Helena handover, and Kalina's probably hurt. We were attacked? Is Helena alright? I don't know. In any case, we should get moving ASAP. Monsoon stays behind to gather intel near the hotel. 404 shadows us from a distance and keeps an eye on our surroundings. Understood. I'll relay your orders. Colfine, help the commander gear up. It's just a hospital visit. I'll be fine with my sidearm. 404 will carry long-range weapons. Make sure they don't catch the attention of the municipal police. Rosa and Colfine nod, then began working on their respective tasks. I rubbed my temples, feeling grateful for my instincts. Of course, my trip to Lviv wouldn't be smooth sailing. The taxi drops us off at the main gate of the hospital, but what surprises me is that it looks nothing like what I imagined. It doesn't look like a hospital as much as another hotel. The main courtyard's lush greenery speaks of careful landscaping, while the corridor to the hospital interior remains nearly empty of foot traffic. I head towards the front door. Springfield is there already, and she has clearly been waiting for a while. Amanda, you here? Gross and Colfine nod to Springfield, but I'm more concerned about just what exactly happened to them. What's the current situation? I'm very sorry. We were attacked while we were meeting up with Miss Kalina. Was it Gerard group? I'll take it from here. Kruger walks out from inside the building, wearing a formal suit. His face is gloomy, which is unlike how he was when I last saw him. So Kruger, you're here too? Yes. After all, I bear responsibility for what happened. Listen to this inside. Come with me, Commander. Kruger turns and heads inside. I'll follow him without a word. Pimp is here. Inside the corridor, I see several men in suits speaking into their lapels. They eye us warily. I say a few quiet words to Groza, having her remind 404 not to end up clashing with Kruger's people. Groza nods and begins speaking with them in level 2. At the end of the corridor, Kruger opens the door. There is a small reception room beyond and another door on the far side of that one. My instincts tell me that Kalina should be in there. He has a Kalina radar. A petite doll is standing in the corner of the reception room, her hand raised in greeting. Naturally, I won't be surprised to find her here. Liva walks over to a nearby sofa, her hands behind her back, which is ramrod straight. The other dolls silently move to her side while I settle into one sofa facing Kruger. Kruger takes a seat and sighs heavily. Then he looks up, awaiting my questions. What's going on, Miss Kruger? Your guess was correct. The Gerard group attacked the handover point and engaged our agent team and Kalina. Did it take Helena? No, didn't get anything. What? They surrounded the handover point and knocked out our human personnel with some kind of unknown radiation weapon, including Kalina. Meanwhile, our T-Dolls were standing off against the Gerard group's armed forces. In the end, we didn't let them take Helena. So Helena's... she's not with us either. 2 dolls from Task Force Defy took her with them. Defy? I think I should let someone who was there tell you about it. Liva was on the scene at that time. Her log should be quite convincing. Liva nods, then takes a step forward and offers me a tablet. It's been a long time, Commander. Allow me to explain what happened. The tablet contained Liva's visual logs, from their standoff with the Gerard forces to the 2 Defy dolls moving with Helena. Liva goes over the events in the video as they play out before me. So Gerard forces surround you. Tried to kidnap Helena, then Defy suddenly showed up and took her away during the standoff? That's right. Opposition had very strong electronic warfare capabilities. Both human and doll elements were suppressed from the very beginning, subjects to the unknown collapse particles which we failed to detect. They were led by a very powerful 13 doll, strong enough to fight AK-15 to a standstill. Excuse me? Have a look, Commander. In the video, I see AK-15 clashing with a doll in a fancy dress. I wouldn't call that a dress. For a moment, AK-15's at a disadvantage. There's an explosion, and then Defy is nowhere to be seen. It took Helena and fled into the sewers. After that, Gerard forces locked it down. Pretty bold of Gerard group to hit Nalfo's personnel this close to the White Zone, don't you think? Helena and the others exchanged fire with unknown mechanical units first, and then that 13 doll showed up with local security forces and surrounded the warehouse. Strictly speaking, it was a perfectly normal police response to an alert. Textbook entrapment, don't you mean? Nothing did violate the Green and White Zone laws. I also contacted Gerard Group chairman, and he swore this was his underlings acting on their own. He wasn't informed and never gave his approval for anything like this. As anyone would believe that bullshit. That man's is in a pretty precarious state in his own right. In his situation, he had no reason to attack us. So I suspect there might be a new uncertain element involved. In any case, I'll keep applying pressure to make sure this kind of attack doesn't happen again. We'll do our best to get Helena back. At the very least, she should be relatively safe as long as she's in Defy's custody. Why would Defy take Helena? I believe that at the time, the Defy Dolls determined that Gerard was on the verge of seizing Helena, but decided to intercept her instead. That course of action would make sense. They might not be affiliated with StateSec anymore, but they still have ways to reach us. That said, I find it very suspicious that they haven't contacted us after taking Helena with them. In the past, Melanie said that StateSec agents had tried to rescue her, and Defy is closely linked to StateSec. Perhaps they were involved with Helena's situation before I was, but I still can't bring myself to relax until I see Helena safe. Noting my frown, Kruger stands up and pats me on the shoulder. After seeing me raise my head, he points to the inner door and speaks to me. We'll look into the Helena situation. Until then, you should go see Kalina. She's in the ward over there. She's feeling very depressed right now. Maybe seeing you would cheer her up. Yeah. I'll have a good chat with her. I nod and rise to my feet. Colfine moves to follow me, but Leva raises a hand to stop her. Let's get us some time alone. Colfine looks at Groza in confusion, but Groza nods at Colfine too, so she obediently returns to her previous place. I open the door and find Lina sitting on the bed. Commander, you're here! Lina lightly shakes the person lying on the bed, but she doesn't respond. Helene? Lina wraps herself in a blanket. Curling into a cocoon with her back turned to me, she shows no sign of responding to Lina. Let me handle this. Lina nods to me, then hops off the bed and heads outside. Commander, make sure you have a good chat with Colleen, okay? After whispering in my ear, Lina steps outside and closes the door behind her. I gulp. It sounds simple enough, but I can't help but feel nervous about it. After calming myself down and pulling myself together, I address the head of in the sickbed, in a voice as natural as I can manage. Lean, are you alright? I came to her bedside and rise my tiptoes, trying to glimpse at her face. Colleen seems to realize what I'm trying to do and covers her face with a blanket. Soft sniffles escape from beneath the fabric. I sigh quietly and then take my seat beside her, waiting for her to emerge. The ward is filled with an almost unbearable silence, which only makes me more aware of how out of place I am here. I had to say something to break this deadlock. And with that in mind, I decide to speak. Say, Colleen, about that broker you recommended last time. Is he the same one that keeps quoting you the lowest prices? For some reason, it does seem a bit dodgy. Still, I get that you're watching every penny when it comes to expenses like these, so it's understandable that you are going for the most cost-efficient option. I guess you're still as thrifty as ever, even after becoming a counselor, huh? As if! Upon hearing this, Colleen now is so annoyed that she pops her head out of the blankets and glares at me. How can I possibly recommend cheap merchants to you, Commander? You're slandering me! I picked out the best brokers in the area for you! Her tears from just now are still welling up in her eyes. Without her blazer, Kalina's angry expression can't hide that glitz of youth and innocence I remember. She seems to catch herself. In an instant, the sheets are yanked back over her face, her hands swiping hastily at tear-streaked cheeks. Damn it! You did it to me again, Commander. He clears his throat. Well, I'm glad to see you're angelic enough to respond like that. Now that Kalina isn't going to retreat under the covers for the time being, I finally had the chance to have a proper conversation with her. In an attempt to ease the awkwardness in the air, I look at the fruit basket near the head of the bed. There's apples and a fruit knife in there. Want an apple? I'll peel it for you. Kalina lowers her head without saying anything, then she nods in silence. I pick up one apple and begin removing the skin. Meanwhile, Kalina's eyes are fixed on the apple. I hand her the peeled apple. Kalina takes a bite of it, and then a tear starts flowing once again. I'm sorry. It was all my fault. I couldn't protect Helena. Her voice is very soft, but every word oozes self-loathing and regret. I don't know how to console her. After thinking for a moment, I muster up a simple reply. Helena is currently with the Phi. The Girard group didn't manage to snatch her, which is a plus. What's your health? My health doesn't matter. How could it not matter? What matters that I lost Helena twice? I'm too ashamed to face you. Don't worry too much about it. Just focus on getting better. We'll get her back. Count on it. I know. I know you can do it, Commander. You'll definitely bring Helena back, and even if someone tries to interfere, you'll thrash them within an inch of their life. You can always turn a situation around, no matter how bad it gets. Lena folds her knees against her chest and buries her face in them. But I can't. I'm just no good at combat leadership. I'm before sorting ammo and writing reports, actually. But there aren't any places that let me do that anymore. There's no place for me there anymore. So I gotta do all those things I hate. I can't be helped. Because I need to prove that I can still make a difference, even if I'm alone. But I just can't. No matter how hard I try, nothing changes. No matter how many people I arrest, no matter how many criminals I put away, I can't even make my surroundings a better place, let alone the RC as a whole. Why? Why did things turn out like this? Lena viciously clutches the sheets, and the wrinkles in them only grow deeper as she uses more force. At first, I was really mad when I heard about your decision. Why did you leave without saying anything? You can tell me. Was it because I was just a burden to you? No. It's just... I paused for a moment, and then I decided to tell her. It's just that I didn't want you to live a life like mine with no future. Your virus suffers too much, and your body wouldn't be able to take it. There is no need for you to go back into that mess. That's what I mean, Commander. You've never truly looked at me. Perhaps I'll always be just a kid in your eyes. I read your service record after joining NANFA, and after learning just how much you've been through, I've realized that perhaps I will never be qualified to stand by your side. As for all the people who died, I couldn't sacrifice and contribute like they did. I didn't even have the chance to try. No. Am I wrong? Still, I don't blame you for that anymore. I know you hid the truth out of consideration for me. The longer I spent in Nampa, the more I came to realize why you're so disappointed in the RC. Lena raises her head to look at me, and in her eyes, I see a complex mix of emotions. Frustration, regret, longing, and hope. I'm sorry, Commander. I should never have involved you in the Lena mission. I want to take this opportunity to contact you again, even if it was just as a bounty hunter and a client. Perhaps we could have gone back to how it used to be after working together. Maybe you might have been willing to join Nanfa. That way, we have been able to work together like we did in the past, with you directing combat ops and with me supporting you from behind. After saying that, the hope in her eyes fade, replaced by helplessness and resignation. But I don't want you to come back to this messed up world, Commander. It's so messed up that there's no hope in sight. Everything just follows a scripted scenario. Justice, fairness, freedom, it's all fake. The corporations just get bigger, and nobody cares about the people outside the walls. After I contacted you for the first time, I even imagined myself going to the Elmo. I just want to throw everything away and head out on the spot. After all, I never had any to lose in the first place. Why should I even stay here and keep suffering if not to fulfill my duties? I'm sorry, Kalina. It was my fault for making you suffer pain that you should never have had to bear. If I could have... But you couldn't. I know. The truth is, you don't care about anyone. Not even yourself. You'd have made the same choice anyway, no matter the cost. I once become someone like that, even though I knew how hard it'd be. It's just... Kalina can't bring herself to go on. She picks up the apple and bites down on it, then offers it to me. I take a hesitation and take a bite too. Is this what we call an indirect kiss? Kalina smiles in a complicated way. She wipes her tears and speaks to me. You're just too kind, Commander. But for me, this kindness is too. Please, let me be alone for a while. Luna lies back down and covers her face with her blanket. I don't know what to say right now. Words bubble up inside me, but die on my tongue. I put the apple on the table and stand up. She doesn't react. All I can do is turn away, open the door, and leave the room. Kruger is waiting for me outside. She alright? I think so. She said she needs some time alone. Her self-confidence took a big hit this time around. She's always been very competitive. In this case, just so happened to involve you too. Is there anything I can do? As though he knew I asked that question, Kruger turns away and picks up the folder, which he hands to me. This is a file in the Girard group. I believe you've already found clues on how they're working with Paradise and information pertaining to Project Eden. Project Eden? The hell is that? That's what I want to know too. On the surface, it combines class contamination removal with power generation, and the leader of this project is the daughter of the Girard group's chairman. What the fuck is that name? Her name is Orphaloon? Okay. I'm gonna stick with Orphaline. Okay. Let's stick with Orphaline.
オルフェルーネ
Orphaline?
ああ、今日の記者会見で計画の詳細を発表する予定だ。
Yes. She'll be holding a press conference on Project Eden, where she will announce technical details. The Luna translator! At least the translator said Orphilia.
本来はカリーナが接触しに行くはずなのだが。
At first, I planned to have Kalina make contact with her, but quickly look towards the ward. Right now, she needs to rest and recover. Can I entrust this task to you?
何をすれば
What exactly do you need me to do? I'll rent a cover identity for you as a member of the press. While doing so, I want you to build a relationship with her. Figure out just how much she knows about Project Eden. However, the most important thing is to ensure that she is safe. The Gerard Group is getting ready to turn over all their evidence regarding the cooperation with Paragus. This means the chairman's daughter might end up being kidnapped to forestall that process, or simply as a revenge target.
なら保護すればいいのでは
Wouldn't an over-security detail be better? You could have them protect her identity, or protect her directly.
まだやらなければいけないことがある。
There are some uncertainties regarding Gerard Group's plea deal. I'll do my best to expedite the process.
それが終わるまで
Until then, Nampa does not want the public to link them too closely to the Gerard Group.
メディアがどう
Once this information makes it into the public domain, the media groups controlled by the other corporations might end up twisting the facts into their own interpretations of things.
世論ですか
So you want to control public opinion then? I understand.
ああ
Yeah.
リワには情報面
I'll have Levi provide information support,
どう動くかはお
but
前
you have complete operational freedom.
お前の持ち込んだ武器や人形
I think you should have enough weapons and dolls to complete this mission.
知らせろ
Let me know if you need more resources.
了解
Alright.
反逆とヘレナについて新しい情
Tell
報
me
が
if you hear anything about the fire, Helena.
無論だ
I will. We're gonna pause this for a moment.
よく戻ってくれた
Welcome back, Commander.
やはりお前が
Having you around is very reassuring.
戻ってはいません
I'm not back, Mr. Kruger.
任務は
But don't worry.
必ず成功さ
I'll
せます
finish this mission. After passing multiple layers of security checks, I find myself standing at the entrance to the Gerard Group's HQ. I take a deep breath. The building's interior surprises me more than the entire city of Lviv. The floors are so clean that they're practically shiny. Holographic time displays hang in the air, and I'm surrounded by the faint scent of disinfectant. All this fills me with an instinctive sense of discomfort. As my first impression, the internal layout of the building projects a glimpse of the future, except this future isn't for everyone. Looking at the milling throng at the building's entrance, I silently give thanks that I'm in the VIP access corridor. There are a few people in the express corridor, so I'm able to bring the dolls in without drawing much attention. Try to loosen my tie as I walk. It's like a noose. While muttering to myself, my hand reflexively reaches to my waist, where my handgun ought to be. However, there's nothing but a well-made fountain pen and a press pass there. I'm currently wearing a suit on loan from the hotel. Macchiato spends 3 full hours trying to reshape my image. From my mannerisms to etiquette knowledge, it's like she was completely reinventing my persona. Still, it feels less like putting on a suit of ill-fitting clothes than wearing a skin that isn't mine. The businessmen behind me clear their throats and glare in displeasure. I didn't even realize I'd been standing too long in front of the security checkpoint entrance. Alright, then get to work, ace journalist of the Shining Age. Shining Age. Commander, your shoulders are too stiff. Journalists don't stand up that straight. Relax, little. Remember, you're our editor-in-chief now.
こういう場所は久しぶりなんだ。
I've been to places like these for a long time already. The strange smell in the air. Smells too clean here! Do chief editors get nervous over interviews?
するだろう。
I guess so. I struck out the annoyed looks behind me and lead the dolls into the HQ of the Gerard group. Once I'm in the entrance hall, the lavish facade is gone, replaced by cold inspection devices and stern-looking security personnel. Shining Riz. We still have 6 hours until Gerard group's technology summit. The main conference hall inside the building has already been set up, guided by the signage and the receptionist. The summit attendees and press personnel file into the venue and make their preparations. Who sends a dude like Shiki-Kan to do spy work? I mean, he was technically undercover for like a super long time inside whatchamacallit, PNC. And maybe Belgrade counts because he was posing as a news reporter for that too. Identity verified. Disguised as a media team from a Shining Age news agency, we undergo identity verification procedures at the security checkpoint. As editor-in-chief, I am trailed by Groza and Kulfing. This way, please. After verifying our identities, the receptionist leads us inside. There's a pre-summit tea gathering happening on the other side of the glass wall. The receptionist stops near a stairwell, then hands me a card with a smile. This is the key card for your suite, courtesy of the organizers. It will be a while until the summit begins. Until then, you may rest in your room and prepare for the evening's interview. Of course, if you wish, you can also participate in the ongoing gatherings. Perhaps you might be able to find valuable news before the press conference begins. We wish you a pleasant day. Thank you. I smile at the receptionist. The rest of the team and I watch as they leave. Have your teams made it in? They're still on the other side of the building, waiting as their weapons are brought in through a food service corridor with the catering. Missed opportunity here. Groza and Kulfing should be in like suits as well. Like secretary suits or something like that, maybe. Missed opportunity. Fukai will contact me once they're ready. Hope nothing goes wrong on their end. What do we do next? Let's check out the inside of the building. That way we'll have some means of dealing with any contingency. Also, there's that young miss from the Gerard group. I check out her photo ID and study it carefully. For some reason, I feel like I've seen her face before. You met her before, Commander? For someone in my position, there's no way I could have, but she still feels kind of familiar. Probably deja vu or something. After giving myself a quick once-over, we decide to mingle with the other attendees to try and figure out what's going on. A steady stream of researchers and scientists are entering the venue hall. Some of the more prominent, famous, and senior ones are being mobbed by pressmen trying to tease scoops out of them. Elsewhere, the researchers who are newer to the industry are gathered in front of the refreshments table, seemingly exchanging gossip. I send Groza and Kulfing out to conduct fake interviews while I try to find, oh my god, Orphaline among the attendees. However, nobody who resembles my objective appears even after I make a circle around the venue. As I'm drifting aimlessly around the hall, I spot a group of young men discussing something. They're simply dressed, but with a distinct academic air. I pretend to consult a Readthrough prospectus while eavesdropping on their conversation. Man, did you see the constipated look on the professor's face when he was being interviewed? Yeah, I did. Must have been a question about that Orphalloon again. I guess everyone's only interested in young geniuses. Upon hearing the keyword Orphalloon, I surreptitiously move closer to them for a clearer picture of what they're discussing. Money really is the most important thing when it comes to research. Despite her young age, she managed to gather the funding needed to build a lab of her own and get people like the prof to work with her. It'd be hard for someone like that not to succeed. If only my parents worked harder than I was a kid, maybe I would have been the one speaking on stage later. The students chat casually, as seeming to be around Orphalloon's age according to her resume. Though her impressive achievements clearly make them uneasy around this exceptional peer. Did you see that interview of hers last month? Oh, you mean the one where she was talking about how she grew up? The professor gave me a copy and told me to study it carefully. Yeah. He was muttering crap like if only I had a student like this, I wouldn't have to worry about my retirement fund and whatnot. Bro, don't give up so soon. Your 50s are your prime. That said, there's no way mere mortals like us can hope to replicate the legendary lifestyle of genius like hers. So you think she really lived through the Frankfurt incident like she said? Or just sprinkle into her personal history to add some color to it? Who knows? I was only in girls' school 10 years ago. I guess everything I know about it came from TV. Well, claiming she survived at the Frankfurt incident, that's one hell of a lie. You know what I'm saying? Gotta make it more believable, miss. They end up talking more about Orphalloon, but I've already tuned them out. I became lost in those decade-old memories from the moment they mentioned that word. The flames of the Institute's war burned from Moscow all the way to Frankfurt. The fragile illusion of peace was shattered by the hands of the people themselves. The scorched earth was soaked in the blood of the fallen. Countless lives were reduced to nothing more than sacrificial lambs. Alarms, gunsmoke, ruins. Mothers in despair, weeping children, dolls fleeing in all directions. And then there are the memories from Nirvana being opened. Chief. Chief? When I come to my senses, I see Colfine looking at me with anxiety in her eyes. The venue hall has gotten noisier before I realized it. A large-scale pre-conference interview begins as the media personnel begin arriving. Flashballs and cameras are going off all around me. While I figured nobody remembers my face anymore, I should probably avoid exposing myself excessively to photographic and video recording equipment. I'll go take cover over there. Keep watching inside the venue hall. Let me know immediately if Orphalloon shows up. Will do. I'm not gonna get used to spelling that name. I quickly dart around the packed crowd through the revolving door and arrive at the rooftop balcony outside the venue. The balcony is much quieter compared to the inside the venue hall. The gentle breeze caressed my face and briefly frees me from my chaotic thoughts. The news I just heard sparks an explosion of thoughts in my mind. Orphalloon. So she was a survivor of Frankfurt after all. If that's true, then what role did she play when she was there? Was she a civilian? A scholar? a soldier? Or was she a member of Paradise? Did this Project Eden she's working on now grow from seeds planted back then? Does that dazzling CV of hers hide an involvement with Paradise? Or is she just another Paradise leader thrust into the stage after William made his exit? As I lose myself in my thoughts, a voice suddenly shatters the peace of the balcony. Honored guests and fellow scholars. No, that's not right. We are gathered here today to bear witness to a miracle of science. Trying way too hard. As the supervisor of the Readthrough's biotechnology department, I am honored to... No. It's my profound honor to... how's it not any different? The voice comes from the other side of the balcony. There is a small gazebo there, half hidden by the shrubbery. I turn to look at it and see someone pacing there, seemingly frustrated about something. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Oh, Baka is pretty specific. Like, pretty much everyone knows what Baka means, so I'll say this is a mistranslation. One can even memorize a simple speech. A young woman's voice reaches my ears, followed by the sound of a stack of papers hitting the ground hard. So the fault of those clowns who wrote this awful script doesn't suit me at all. The great Orpheline should be making a more brilliant, more exciting speech when I highlight our scientific achievements. I silently studied this sudden speaker. While I'm still some distance away from her, my instincts tell me that she is my target. I mean, you just heard her name. That said, I didn't expect to encounter my mission objective here at all. It's hard to believe that she, the daughter of the Readthrough Group's chairman, would actually go around without a bodyguard by her side. The girl calling herself the Great Orpheline is nothing like the elegant and... oh, okay, cool. elegant and confident scientist mentioned in my files. Even her appearance doesn't match too well with her picture. I continue approaching and finally manage to get a good look at her. What shocks me is how young she looks, like a freshly graduated university student. She is currently stomping the ground in frustration, trying to pick up her scattered papers, but then a sudden gust of wind ruins her plans. Get back here! Stop flying off! Panicked, she goes after the wind-tossed papers like a kitten chasing a butterfly. As one of them drifts over the edge of the balcony, she leans out to get it. Get out! I see her about to fall off the side of the balcony. I stop caring about whether she's my mission objective and break into a sprint, and grab her collar with one hand and pull her back from the brink, while snatching the fluttering sheet of paper out of the air with the other. She stumbles under the sudden tug, but soon finds her footing before turning to face me. Said face is youthful and delicately featured. Her turquoise eyes would normally be glittering with wisdom and pride, but they are currently filled with surprise and a hint of embarrassment. Who are you? Why were you listening on me while I was practicing? Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It's just that I saw you were about to fall off the balcony. I hand her the paper I'm holding and she snatches it back, her face flushing in bright pink. I wouldn't have made such an elementary mistake. I was just checking the direction of the wind. Checking the wind, you say? Of course! Understanding the environment is a fundamental part of my training as a meticulous scientist. For instance, the wind speed is now 5.3 meters per second, blowing due southwest, ambient humidity is 43%. She discreetly smooths out her ruffled clothes and hair as she speaks. The panic she doesn't even try to hide makes it all seem very performative. I can't help but frown. Is she putting on an act?
なるほど。
And that's definitely doing your due diligence as a scientist. Would you like me to help you collect your papers? She hesitates for a moment. I will allow you to provide your assistance. On one condition. No peeking at what's on them. It's top secret scientific research.
かしこまりました。
Understood, oh great overling.
知ってるの？
Wait, you know me?
さっきそう
I mean, I just heard you call yourself that.
いやそもそもジラード
Besides, you're the one, the keynote speakers of the summit.
今回のサミットの主役の
And a scientific genius from the Gerard group. Your pictures are everywhere. I doubt there are many people out there who wouldn't know you. That said, the fine details of her current appearance are completely different from her photographs. That's probably why all the pressmen present at the venue didn't realize that she was the real deal. Of course, that's to be expected. I'm a world-famous scientist after all. I'm just bad at dealing with boring and annoying social events like these. Is that why you decided to hide out here to practice your speech? Who are you anyway? Why are you here? You're one of those annoying paparazzi? Are you trying to get an embarrassing picture of me? I forbid you to repeat my words from just now. I won't acknowledge them even if you do. It's true that I am a journalist, but I'm not here to capture scandals. Truth is, I'm trying to avoid the press of people inside. I'm not used to places that are so cramped. Understanding seems to dawn on her face. Sympathy and understanding flash through her eyes. Her mood does seem a little mercurial for someone of her status. Oh, what would I do with you? I suppose I'll just have to place my faith in you then. After all, it's so dreadfully suffocating in there. Are you nervous about the upcoming presentation? Only dolls. Of course not! Orphan Gerard fears no challenges. It's just a little speech. I could do it with my eyes closed. Despite her words, she ends up crumpling the papers in her hand. Well, presentations can be quite challenging, especially in front of so many industry professionals. I've interviewed many world-class experts in the past, and many of them felt tense when they had to give an address. Really? Hey Nixon. Add a +1 to the elegant counter. Of course. It's perfectly natural to get nervous, especially when you truly believe in your work and how the audience views it. All they want is a genius scientist giving an exciting presentation, but the contents of this speech don't sound like anything I would say. Then why did you prepare a script that you don't like? Not because nobody understands me when I try to explain in my own words. Her expression grows complicated. It seems she is recalling an unpleasant experience. The last time I tried to give it a presentation in my own style, my assistant called it a disaster. According to her, it took a lot of effort to delete all video records of it from the internet. Disaster? During the course of my research on quantum entanglement of cross-dimensional photosynthesis, I discovered a pigment molecule superconfiguration based on non-Euclidean topological structure that could convert dark energy into bioenergy through neotropic increase. This mechanism is entirely different from the, oh my god, dehydrogenases mediated proton pump couple electron transport chain conveniently observed in nature. Instead, it relies on a vibrational mode in the 11th-dimensional world of superstring theory. I feel like they literally just looked up an encyclopedia and just put words in there. Would you be interested in a speech like that? Orphan seems to sense my awkwardness and smiles nonchalantly. You see, turns out most people aren't as interested in natural knowledge as they think. perhaps the problem isn't the content, but how it's presented?
どういう意味？
What do you mean?
抽象的な言葉は大衆には響きません。もっと
They say complicated concepts need to be expressed through metaphors and the like so people can understand them more easily. For instance, could you use a simple comparison to express the core of your research? It's like teaching a plant to feed off something other than sunlight?
いいですね。それ
I think that works very well. Can you elaborate?
例えば
Try to imagine if a plant could take in different forms of energy, like a human being, and not rely solely on sunlight. For example, imagine if you could absorb energy from radiation, then convert that harmful components into nutrients for its own growth. Her eyes begin to light up, and she grows more and more animated. She begins gesticulating and describing just how her research could change the biosphere and contamination zones.
上々です。これな
That
ら
was
誰もが
excellent.
興味を持つでしょう
I'm sure you would captivate the audience if you talked like that on stage.
本当に適当なこと
Really?
言ってない？
You're not trying to be polite?
本当ですと
Of course not.
少なくと
Actually,
も
I'm quite interested in
私
research
は
direction.
非常に興味があります。
私の研究内
You know about research?
ええ。何を書き
Your focus on botany is something that I've always been following and reporting on. Among them, the use of plants for two-phase glass particle absorption is of particular interest to me.
吸収は特に面白い。
分かってくれる記者がいるなんて
I can't believe there's a journalist out there who's actually into my research. I mean, as a responsible scientist, it pleases me that the media is showing interest in popular scientific studies.
認めていただけたようで何より
I'm honored to meet with your approval. In fact, my interest goes beyond mere theory.
見たことがあります。
I've actually seen plants like the kind you've been studying. What? You think you've seen them before?
見た目がエピフィラムに
Let me
似たものです
guess.
よね。
They're mutant plants which look like epiphyllums, right?
どうしてそれを
How did you know?
まさか
Did you...
私の実験施設に
Have you snuck into our research bases before?
実験施設
What research bases?
あれはあの施設にしかないもの
Said plants should only exist in our labs and test plots. We keep them strictly secluded from the outside world. Orpheline begins muttering to herself, and then it seems like she's realized something.
あなたまさか
Hang on,
企業ス
you're not some kind of intellectual spy sent by a rival to steal my research, are you?
まさか本当に送り込まれ
I
た
remember
なん
my
て
assistant once said,
いや、 ID と招待状です。
While I have no way to prove this, my ID and invitation from your company can vouch for my identity as part of the media. Will that ease your suspicions?
うん
Mm-hmm.
偽造品
Doesn't
じゃ
seem
な
fake.
そうね
Put my quantum harmonizer in your photonic resonation chamber. Orpheline pouts as she studies my ID. Just as the mood in the air begins to turn strange, I hear a contralto voice from the balcony entrance.
お嬢様
So that's who you are, young mistress. I've been searching for you for a long time. I turn to look and see a tall, dignified woman who's shown up there at some point. She's imperceptibly dressed. Oh, impeccably dressed. But her gaze is razor sharp.
げ見つかった
She found me. Orpheline shudders, looking for all the world like a child caught in her hand in a cookie jar.
イグラ違うの
Igla, I just came out to get some air.
サミットまであと3時間
We still have 3 hours until the summit begins.
準備は順調ですか
How goes your preparations?
ええ
They're almost done.
確認してただけよ
I was just confirming some more details. The dog called Igla sighs in exasperation and gives Orpheline a doting look. Then she bends down and helps pick up her dropped papers.
何かお困りのようですね
It seems you encountered some difficulty. Need my assistance?
平気よ私一人で解決できる
Not at all. I can't handle it all by myself.
無論
Naturally,
あなたの能力を疑う
your capabilities are beyond question. Though I should mention, your makeup artist and stylist have been waiting in your suite for some time now. Igla reaches out to straighten Orpheline's rumpled collar.
今着ている白衣も
And that lab coat is by no means suitable for tonight's event. I have selected a more suitable evening dress for you. Honestly, I prefer that outfit over what she's going to wear later on.
でもドレスなんか窮屈だし
But those dresses are so pinchy!
これもジラードのためですよ
Surely enduring little discomfort is necessary for the glory of the Gerard family, don't you think? As she says this, Ila's gaze briefly sweeps over me. There's a hint of a warning and displeasure in it.
どなたかは存じません
Greetings.
お嬢様
Thank you for
のお
keeping
相
the
手
young
して
mistress company.
ありがとう
If you don't mind, I must take her to begin the final preparations for the summit.
礼には及びません
Certainly, by all means.
オルフェルーネさん
It's been an honor to speak with Miss Orphanley. She politely extracts a name card from her breast pocket and hands it to me.
お嬢様の専門分野にご興味がおありでしたらぜひ
If you have professional interest in your mistress' work, you're welcome to join the special conference session tomorrow. Of course, a reservation will be required. Her tone is cool and polite, but the judgment and caution are evident in her gaze.
そうだあなたお名前は
Oh yes, what's your name anyway?
輝きの時代の編集長で
I am editor-in-chief of the Design and Aids Media Agency. You've already seen my ID.
そうだった
Oh yeah, I was just looking at the stamp.
だからつい発表聞きに来てくれる
Will you come to my presentation?
お嬢様時間です
He should have said, My name is John. John Frontline. Young mistress, we don't have much time.
質問があれば終わった後に聞きに来てもいいわよちゃんと答えるから
If you have any questions, you can bring them up then. I'll try to answer them sincerely. Igla glides Orphaline away, but the latter looks back, clearly excited. Igla follows Orphaline's gaze. Her gaze is gentle, but the warning in her tone becomes more and more evident as she speaks.
では編集長今宵の宴をどうぞお楽しみください
I hope you will enjoy the summit this evening, and at the same time, I hope you will keep your position and duties in mind.
ただし
Overstepping your bounds will only lead to unnecessary trouble.
お願いしますもうまたそうやって
Honestly, you don't need to keep scaring people like that.
申し訳ありません
My apologies. Jimmy Packway. The two of them vanish through the balcony entrance. I'm still standing there, feeling the weight of the information in that brief exchange. Orphaline is far more innocent and defenseless than my name suggests. Of course, that could just be an act. Meanwhile, this Igla, the Jiraku's strongest doll, she probably doesn't even know who I am, but she was clearly repulsed by how I approached Orphaline. From the Jiraku's files I saw and the combat footage Leva showed me, I conclude that this Durden doll is very likely to be our trickiest foe yet. Seeing as how understaffed we are at the moment, it will be best not to arouse her suspicion for now. I cited the card Eagle left me. In addition to the usual contact information, there is a line of small letters. Science runs a curiosity, but dangers often begins there too. Choose wisely. Because there's ellipses. There's ellipses in the middle of it. It means that they're stressing out that the next phrase or word. There's still some time until the presentation begins, and there doesn't seem to be any more news worth overhearing. The dolls and I return to our room to plan our next move. My conversation with Orphaline just now has given me a basic impression of her, while the presence of that third Jin doll has given me serious doubts about our upcoming mission. Being guarded by such a powerful doll all but confirms Orphaline standing as heir, yet her reaction and way of speaking raises some doubts in me. She seems to have total faith in what she's studying. It makes me think that she genuinely believes she's doing a good thing. Igla is hot as fuck. Like that. I don't smell the stench of Paradis's lies and evil coming from her. Instead, she feels too innocent. At the moment, it's difficult for me to tell if she's being genuine or if she's just an elaborate act. It seems I'll have to find a way to make further contact with her. The sound of footsteps come from outside our suite as I ponder my encounter from just now. Orphaline is too innocent for the sinful world. No! Okay, I'm gonna focus on this now. There is a series of knocks on the door. Rosa gets up to open it. Sorry to bother you. That's alright, what is it? The Sapphire holds up a tote bag in his hand. Its velvety silk material is finely made and features the logo of the summit. As a token of our gratitude for coming all this way here, organizers would like to present you with a souvenir. A souvenir? Yes. It contains the Girard Group's latest products and local delicates from Lviv. You can bring them home to share with your family members. Thank you. I gestured to Groza to take the bag. After seeing us bring it inside, the Sapphire nods, then smiles while executing a bow before turning to leave. Once the sounds of footsteps outside the door fade away, I shoot Groza a look. Open and see what's inside. Yes. Groza cautiously opens the bag. Just as the staffer said, the bag contains an exquisite gift box. The first layer contains many pretty-looking desserts, while the second has the latest smart device from the Girard Group's notable subsidiary brand, released just last month. Rosa and Colfing inspect the gift box and even take apart the smart device, but they don't find anything suspicious. Is it really just an ordinary welcome gift? Commander, there seems to be something else inside the bag. The bag was tossed aside after its contents were extracted. Currently, it lies in a limp heap on the corner of the dresser. Or at least, it should be limp without anything inside to support it. Yet there is still a bulge under its velvety surface. Let's see. Grossa picks up the bag and inverts it, but nothing falls out. She then turns it inside out and she feels around the site of the bulge. There's secret lighting inside this bag. I take it from her and feel around the place Groza indicated. Sure enough, there seems to be something hidden inside it. Clearly, someone cut it open and then sewed it back together again. I rip the seam open and take out the object inside the bag's lining. There's a little box in my hand, a work ID reading special invitation. Is this some kind of new listening device? Let's have a look. I hand the device to Groza. She fiddles with it for a moment, but doesn't seem to find any issues with it. Then she takes a small slip of the paper from behind the ID. This device can help you solve the problems before you. Let's make use of it. Okay. Commander, do you have a contact inside the Girard Group? Not that I remember. Or could this be help from Namfa? If it was them, then why wouldn't they give it to us before we came here?
それもそうですね。
That makes sense too.
念のために確認してみま
Should
せん
we
か
ask them about it? I nod and Leva picks up my call shortly afterward. I tell her about the work ID. Oh, Commander, you know we wouldn't go out of our way to deliver unexpected gifts for you. After all, you've already got the information we possess. As for that card... Leva pauses. I received some worthless assistance in a similar manner earlier, but given our position, we're in no place to talk about it right now. Perhaps you should make your own decision on how to handle this token of goodwill? A token of goodwill, you say? After hanging up, I inspect the ID again. The card is very well made, but there's nothing special about it. I sense that the card is definitely going to come in handy, so I tuck it away into my pocket and wait for the presentation to begin. 20 minutes before the summit.
お嬢様の出番は最後になり
Young Mistress, you'll be the last to go on stage afterwards.
発表の時間は
After taking this length
何かあれば
of your
挨拶
script
して
into
ください
consideration, we saved 30 minutes for you to give your presentation. If anything happens, just signal to me and I'll take care of it right away.
スライドもサーバーにアップロードしました
The presentation script has already been uploaded to our internal server. Once your segment begins, just hit play on the remote control there to bring it up.
他に確認したいことは
Everything else is in order. Do you have any other adjustments you wish to make?
ないわ
Not at all.
程度天才科
A
学
simple
者
presentation like this is nothing for the
驚い
great
てくれ
Orpheline Gerard.
しまえよ
Orpheline plants her hands on her waist and proudly raises her chin. She has a confident smile on her face, but a keen observer would note that her hands are trembling, and that there is a faint sheen of perspiration on her forehead.
ええ当然
Of course. Her abilities is beyond question, young mistress.
失礼いたします
However, your handkerchief seems to be a little wrinkled. 16 plus 1. Igla takes a elaborately stitched handkerchief out of her pocket and lightly dabs away the moisture on Orpheline's forehead. Then takes out a mirror from her pouch and starts smoothing out the straps of Orpheline's dress.
ねえイグラ私の髪乱れたりしてない
Say, Igla, is my hair messy?
登壇するからには
I mean, how can someone like myself take a stage with a less than perfect state?
何も問題ありません
Your hair is flawless,
もう少し
but I will make some minor adjustments as you wish. Igla's hands move up with a sculptured touch, as if she's working with a soap bubble that might vanish at a breath. The look in her eyes isn't a mere professional diligence, something closer to religious reverence. I shall declare my findings to the world today. I will have everyone bend the knee to the glory of the Gerard family. I'm sure you will, young mistress. You'll keep me company until I go on stage, won't you, Igla? It's not like I need you with me, but I just want to make sure the plan goes smoothly. I will always be by your side, no matter when or where I am needed. It is both a duty and an honor. Speaking of which, where did you go just now? You kept me waiting for so long. Granted, I did sneak off while you weren't around, but it's quite unusual for you to be late on an occasion like this. My sincerest apologies, young mistress. I was handling some issues which might have interrupted your presentation. Certain uninvited guests seem overly interested in your research. I had to ensure that they would not interrupt your crucial moment. More of those people again, huh? Thank you for your hard work. It must be those lowlifes who tried to steal my work again. Still, doesn't matter. I'll be making the results public anyway, so they can just turn green with envy for all I care. Indeed, they will, young mistress. Your accomplishments shall shake the world. Thanks to Igla's soothing words, Orphaline's tension has completely drained away. Just as she is about to continue preening, an unexpected visitor interrupts her. Huh. Isn't this my dear little Orphaline? What a bright, shining star you become. A distinguished gentleman in a dapper suit strides into the room, a warm and affable smile on his face. Uncle Zimmerman! Greetings, Mr. Zimmerman. Igla's face is perfectly composed, but her body shifts almost imperceptibly in order to put herself in between Orphaline and the newcomer. Miss Igla, I see you're as vigilant as ever, even when meeting with an old friend. What a responsible guardian you are. Protecting young mistress is my duty, sir. I thought you were coming today, Uncle. My meeting finished this morning. How could I possibly miss the most important public address in my beloved niece's life? When did you arrive? Oh, I made my rounds inside the venue hall. Oh yes, where's Oleg on such an important day? Daddy said he was going to meet some important guests today, so he wouldn't be coming for today's summit. Doesn't matter. I'll make sure I pull this presentation off flawlessly, even if I had to do it myself. Orphaline proudly raises her chin, pretending that it doesn't bother her. After Uncle Rurik died, he had lots of corporate business to handle. Since I couldn't help out, Daddy asked me to just focus on my research. What a shame. To think that Rurik was doing such immoral things behind the group's back. Things must have been too hard for you, aren't they? I heard the stock prices of several Gerard Group subsidiaries plummeted after his deeds were made public. If there's anything I can help with, Oleg should feel free to ask. After all, the fortunes of Seth Fabin and Gerard have always been linked. As your uncle, I will never turn a blind eye to your plight. The Gerard Group deeply appreciates your concern. However, the Gerard Group has a long history and ample reserves. These temporary difficulties will not shake our foundations. The research of the young mistress research will prove the Gerard Group family's wisdom and foresight. Oh, will they? That only makes me even more interested in tonight's presentation. Hold on. I'm gonna need a refill soon. I'll do it after this cutscene is over. Sit down with this note. Zimmerman's gaze shifts behind Igla and Orphaline, a subtle smile on his face. I heard your Project Eden has been progressing very well. Does this mean you'll be able to release the results of the first stage to the world soon? Of course! We made a huge breakthrough in our research. Tonight's presentation is going to leave everyone in awe. Marvelous. Not only will your announcement stabilize their group's share prices, it'll also bolster faith in Gerard within the conglomerate. Little Orphaline has managed to stand on her own 2 feet on the blink of an eye. I expected that. I'm not really interested in the group's matters, but I can apply my time and energy to my research. I'll be able to help Daddy that way. You guys earned this over, little Orphaline. Still, no matter how much you spend it, you're going to be the future heiress of the Gerard Group. It's best you understand certain things sooner rather than later. For example, your research has drawn a great deal of attention within the conglomerate. Some people even believe that it might affect the entire conglomerate's future. The Empress's research is entirely driven by scientific objectives. It is not subject to interference from any corporate or political factors.
もちろんそういった精神は尊重されるべきです。
Of course, the purity of science must be respected.
だが世の中は純粋なものほどもの。
だからこそ守られるべきです。
And that's why it must be protected.
面白い。しかし守るのにも力とリソースがいる。
Given the current state of the Gerard Group, it may have a very hard time guaranteeing an ample supply of both. Sir, if you are hinting at something, then I must make my position clear. My duty is to serve the Gerard family, and in particular the young mistress. That will not change regardless of any outside elements. Loyalty is a virtue, but wisdom is rarer and more valuable. Miss Igla, I trust that, with your skills and your vision, you can see where the wind is blowing. Go, Zimmerman! Orpheline forcefully interrupts their subtle confrontation. While I might not know much about the business side of things, please don't treat me like a dummy. I am still like Gerard's daughter, and even someone like me will do her best to keep the Gerard group going. So please don't say weird things like sound like you're trying to push Igla away. Don't you have a 13 dolls too, Uncle? Igla's my assistant. Like Igla, there would be many things that I... Orpheline suddenly cuts herself off, as though she realized that she says too much. She raises her chin again and throws up her facade of pride. In any case, Igla is my doll! Don't let anyone take her away from me. Not even you, Uncle. I'll be preparing my presentation right now, so please don't disturb me any further. Zimmerman seems to anticipate Orpheline's reaction, and he laughs nonchalantly. Indeed. Only someone as dedicated as yourself could have attained your achievements at such an age, my dear Orpheline. In any case, I won't disturb you any further. Best of luck with your preparations then. I'll be applauding you from the audience. As Orpheline turns to head back to her dresser, Zimmerman suddenly addresses Igla, who has not yet departed, in a quiet voice. The storm is upon us, and even the most loyal guardian will find herself unable to render her aid. When the time comes, I hope you will choose wisely. Thank you for your concern, sir. But my choice will ever be the same. Should I add a head pat emote? If we can find one, I'll put it down. Igla's voice is warm and differential, but her gaze is sharp as a razor of ice. I'm gonna be real with you. I do not like how they make these sentences with her. But at least it's only with her, so it's more of like a characteristic descriptor. Yeah, it's a little boring, not gonna lie. Now then, I must assist the young mistress with her preparations. I hope you will enjoy a thrilling presentation tonight. After I finish assigning surveillance positions to the dolls in the lounge, I check my watch. It seems like it's about time. The summit is already halfway through the time I exit the lounge and reach the conference center. One botanical researcher after another takes the stage to scattered then swelling applause. People are gathering in front of the lectern, occasionally exchanging a few words. I signal to Groza and Colfine, then silently blend into the crowd.
ありがとうございました、ダレスさん。
Thank you for that thrilling presentation, Mr. Dallas.
お次は
Now, let's welcome the researcher who stands at the cutting edge of the botanical research, the leader of Project Eden, Miss Orpheline Gerard. She will be sharing the details of the most anticipated Project Eden with everyone and taking questions on any potential issues that might arise. After a round of applause, Orpheline gracefully takes the stage. Perhaps it's because perhaps it's because I only just saw another side of her this afternoon, but the Orpheline who has just revealed herself takes me by surprise. She's wearing an exquisitely made haute couture evening gown, her golden blonde hair neatly styled, exuding elegance and class with every move she makes. She's nothing like the cultish girl I saw on the balcony this afternoon. With a slight raise of her chin, she regards the entire audience with a look that could almost be considered arrogance, then bends into a graceful bow before beginning to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, guests and scholars, I stand before you today not just as a biologist, but also as an explorer of the future filled with hope. Right now, we stand at the cusp of an unprecedented era, a nexus where technology crosses paths with nature. And at this nexus point, plants, these silent green sanctifiers of the natural world, are prepared to reveal a shocking secret to us. First, let us consider a problem. Whether specially filtered plants can effectively absorb and process ambient radiation. It's just like the script from earlier. Orpheline is the undisputed center of the venue's attention. The researchers, the businessmen, the journalists, everyone is listening intently, looking forward to how her words will change the world. Radioactive particle absorption through large-scale planting, improvement purification zones, efficiency at a lower cost. Those grand declarations do sound very promising, but all these are definitely not the true aim of the Project Eden. That said, what is the true aim? All the research she mentioned so far sounds a lot like operating principles of colapsiphilaments. Could it have something to do with Paradise's upcoming moves? Are the Jiraku's attempts to kidnap Helena part of the Project Eden too? I suddenly realized that I simply have too few clues about what's going on. Even if Nafa and I managed to find a few traces of it, I'm still clueless about the Jiraku's upcoming plans. Orpheline continues her presentation beneath the spotlights. The audience interest is steadily rising as she continues, and everyone is eagerly looking at the young scholar before them. We have always feared making changes to the contaminant zones. Owing to prohibitive cost, we have been unable to bring hope to the people there. However, improvements in technology have greatly bolstered our confidence in resisting collapse radiation. This gives us a controllable, inexpensive, and ordered way to gradually reclaiming living space for mankind. We shall learn from the old and wise life forms known as plants and make safer, cleaner future. And in order to satisfy everyone's expectations, I wish to announce that the first phase of Project Eden, helmed by myself, will begin in 2 days. When the time comes, all of Lviv will bear witness to the startling changes this project will bring. That's all I have for you today. Thank you, everyone. Miss Orpheline! Miss Orpheline! May I ask a question? You just said that the project will begin in 2 days. Can we interpret that as... What impact do you think Project Eden will have on the Gerard Group's share price trends? As the journalists began surging forward, the previously serene venue boils over in an instant. I approached the lectern in the company of my peers and noticed that Orphaline, who was about to leave, has an annoyed look in her face. She gestures to Igla, who stands beside her. Fortunately, the host manages to hold off the throng of journalists.
記者会見は30分後 B ブロック内で行われます
The interview with Miss Orphaline will take place inside Block B in a half an hour. We would like to remind everyone with a special invitation to proceed there on time.
オルフェルーネさんありがとうご
Thank
ざい
you
ま
for
し
your
た
cooperation. After Orphaline leaves, I hear a ripple of dissent from around me.
またか骨をも
I knew it. This is seamless before. Only people with connections can enter the interview area. It's always like this. There's a huge scoop just out of reach. This truly is the darkest hour of my journalist career.
やめだやめだ帰って記事を仕上げるぞ
Yeah, I'm going back. I still have to write my article.
日付が変わる前に
If I wake up before midnight,
うちが一
I
番
might be able to make the front page on the morning edition. The journalists around me began to disperse as their interest ebbs. Once things around me settled down, I head to a corner and take out the work ID labeled Special Invitation.
ここで使うのか
Is that what this is meant for? While a scary third-gen doll already warned me about this, it seems I'll have to disregard her advice. If Project Eden is really going to begin in 2 days like Orphaline said, then I'll have to figure out exactly what this project is about within those 2 days. Currently, my situation is like being adrift in a boundless ocean, so I need to seize on anything I can find, even if it's just a little plank of driftwood. After briefly considering my next moves, I share my thoughts with the dolls so they're ready to act at any time. Then, I grip the work ID in my hand and walk towards the building at the end of the corridor.
こちらが記者会見の待機場になりま
Greetings.
す
This is the reception area for members of the press. Please wait here.
はい
Hi. To my surprise, I actually managed to use this dubious work ID to get into the specially designed interview area. Although the press conference hasn't begun yet, I can tell that I am the only one who doesn't belong here. All the journalists here seem to know each other. They're sitting at pre-arranged seats and whispering to each other.
初めて
First time. Got a noose around his neck. I turn and realize that the other guy is speaking to me.
え
Yeah.
えそう
Relax.
お互い
We're all just supporting the supporting cast for Orphaline's performance.
そうですね
Yeah.
株は買ったか
So, bought your shares yet?
株
Shares?
あ
Yeah, shares.
あまさか
But don't tell me to invest at all.
こんながっぽり
Chances are, the big bucks like this don't come by every day.
この記者会見が
Once this press conference ends, the stock prices of the drug group and the related sectors are going to go to the moon.
このタイミングであのお嬢様を出して
By willing the young mistress out at a time like this, Gerard clearly aims to win back the Joseph rep and sway the public opinion back onto their side.
記者会見では多分
My guess is that everyone questions today are going to be related to the vaccine incident from earlier and about their doll technology.
オルフェルーネという看板を宣伝する
That way the group will get the maximum benefit from the Orphaline brand.
わかってるじゃない
So you do get it.
あんた
What do you do for a living?
記者ですもん
I'm just a journalist.
おい
No shit, you're an actual journalist?
珍しいな
Well, that's rare.
こりゃジラードは
But the Gerard group's puppet interest really does need a little tidying up.
いいか
Better keep your occupational habits in check later on and don't say anything you shouldn't.
俺は
After all, I'm betting everything I own on today's outcome. He pats me on the shoulder and returns to his seat. As the press conference draws closer, my surroundings gradually quiets down. Orphaline shows up on time. However, there is a hint of distaste on her face compared to how she looked at the presentation just now. While she retains the same haughty attitude, her gaze keeps sweeping on the audience, as though she's looking for something. Igla stands faithfully by her side, with prim and alert expression on her own face. After the host announces the beginning of the conference, the journalists around me all raise their hands. Their questions are all meticulously crafted, just like what that man from before said. Each syllable from Orphaline's lips will move the market needles, influencing the position of the Gerard Group and the industry and the market. But what of Orphaline herself? Did she memorize an utterly boring script before the press conference started, just like what she was doing on the rooftop balcony this afternoon, rehearsing the answers to potential questions? And what about me? Someone gave me this ID. What do they want me to find? Or rather, what do they want me to change? Does anyone else have any questions? Orphaline stands to the side. She seems relieved. Meanwhile, her eyes are still sweeping the venue, searching for something. Nobody else was raising their hand. If there's nothing else... Ah! A moment, please. Everyone turns to look at me in surprise. Right, as she's about to leave, Orphaline stops and looks at me. A hint of surprise crosses her eyes. Are you the journalist from earlier at the balcony? Miss Orphaline, may I ask a question? Orphaline ignores her host's attempts to stop her and takes a few steps forward. Igla immediately tenses up, but Orphaline gestures her to relax. Of course! I'll be glad to answer your question. Earlier today, I conducted a simple interview with you. During our interview, I mentioned seeing a plant very similar to the kind being studied in your research. The truth is, the plant I was talking about did not come from your Lviv test plots. These plants were discovered in large quantities in a contaminated zone and then artificially cultured. The name of this plant is Colapsiphyllum. These plants have the ability to absorb and release glass particles and have been sighted in the red zones. However, the existence of Colapsiphyllum seemed to have been deliberately concealed by someone. I haven't been able to learn about them from the UNC authorities or the Gerard Group's publicly available literature. After hearing your presentation, I noticed a lot of similarities between the two. How do you know so much about them? What I'd like to know is, are these Colapsiphyllums linked to the plants you're studying? Was Project Eden founded on this technology? As I ask my questions, the host is already speaking in the walkie-talkie in his hand. Red alert! Red alert! Shortly afterwards, several Gerard Group's security personnel entered the room and swiftly approached my position. Dear guests, please refrain from asking questions beyond the predefined boundary of the interview topics. Doing so is a violation of the media regulations. Orphaline's hands tighten around the microphone as she's holding. She seems to be hesitating. Her gaze is wavering, and she occasionally glances at Igla, who's standing behind her. Meanwhile, I ignore the host's attempt to stop me and continue addressing Orphaline. Ms. Orphaline, I am genuinely interested in your research. I know you have a unique understanding of the ways in which plants can change the environment. Do you not wish to allow the people of the world to know the true nature of your research? Do you not wish to conduct a true interview? Don't you want someone to truly understand you? To admire your scientific accomplishments, instead of merely treating you as a mascot for the Gerard group? The summoned security guards have already reached me. I know that if Orphaling does not wish to proceed further, the mission will be a complete failure, and you'll probably be beaten by the guards with batons. And a taser, probably. There's probably no better opportunity to approach the scientist as heavily protected as her than today. A hulking guard gestured for me to leave. Not exactly thrilled to be going, but this isn't a good place to get violent. All I can do is follow the guards and prepare to depart. Wait! Several long seconds later, Orphaling holds out a hand to stop the guards. Her eyes are shining, and she has a stubborn look on her face. She descends from the stage and runs over to me. Are you really interested in my research? Do you truly wish to understand the science? Not just the effect on the group's stock prices and market reaction? Yes. I am quite curious about your studies. I would like to know the real Orphaling Gerard, and not just the label of a genius scientist. I knew you were different from those other rabble. I'm so wet right now. Mistress? Igla follows closely behind Orphaline and whispers into her ear. After realizing her fox paws, Orphaline quickly resumes her previous attitude. Thank you for coming, everyone. Let's call it a night. Before the host can continue, Orphaline grabs me by the sleeve and drags me backstage. After going behind the curtains, Orphaline worriedly glances outside. After ensuring that we will not be interrupted, she continues speaking to me in an excited voice. You actually know about the operating principles of Colosopilphilum? Hardly anyone in my lab understands it. Surely you can guess what I'm trying to do, right? Hang on. Let's not talk about it here. I'm not ready for that yet. Let me think. How about this? I shall graciously answer your question, but not here, in front of the... What? The hoi polloi? Instead, I shall grant you a special interview tomorrow. As for location, how about my lab? At that time, you'll be able to ask all of the questions that you wish to be answered. However, you must not disappoint me. You must convey my greatness to the world, and let everyone know that my research doesn't exist to inflate stock prices. Thank you, Miss Orphaline. I won't waste a chance that you've given me. Orphaline raises her chin proudly, but she can't keep the corner of her mouth from turning up. She turns to whisper something into Igla's ear. Igla's expression immediately turns complex, but in the end, she nods respectfully. Then Igla turns and addresses me in an extremely polite tone. This is the contact information for our PR director. Please speak with him, and he will inform you of the specific arrangements for tomorrow. Igla decorously hands me the card. I nod to her in gratitude as I receive it. Orphaline waves to me with a satisfied look on her face, then turns to leave. Igla falls behind her, but before she goes, she shoots me one final warning look. Whew, okay, I'm gonna get up my water refilled. I'll be right back. Dylan cosplays as William? Heroes should cosplay as Orphan. Thanks for the gift, Dylan. I appreciate it. And congratulations to ET5216 for becoming a member. You won the gacha roll. But nah, I would not. I'm about to say probably, but no, I would definitely not dress up as Orphan. If there was any girl I'll dress up with, it'd probably be Angelia, because she has like a suit. But even then, no, I don't have the cleavage for that. The next day. Chief, we're here. After stepping out of the limo that the Gerard groups arranged for us, we find ourselves in front of the white office building. It's inside the science park on the outskirts of Lviv, and it stands out by being on the sole towering structure in the vast park area. So this is the place. Looks plainer than I thought it'd be. There's no way anyone could tell they're conducting those experiments here. Compared to the surroundings, the research institute for Project Eden truly feels like paradise. How's that for an opener? Isn't it romantic? It's not that we're actually here to write an article. You really didn't burst yourself in your character, so you don't give yourself away. I look at the time. We set out early to avoid complications, and so the time right now is 9:40, 20 minutes from the appointed interview time. I really want the child to take it off. That's funny. We still have some time before the interview. Shall we just head in? Come here early to meetings and ways show respect. It would be best to leave with a good impression of us. Let's go. I had the dolls grab the equipment, then we enter the office building. Greetings. Please present your proof of appointment. We're scheduled for an interview with Ms. Orphaline at 10 a.m. The staffer looks at the paper and grows his hand and carefully checks it in the system. So you're from Shining Age Media Agency with an appointment for an interview. Expected number of visitors is 1 human accompanied by 2 dolls. Everything checks out? Please come in. The staffer opens the barrier gate at the entrance. Please wait at the reception with your companions. Someone will come to receive you shortly. I'll lead the dolls to the designated reception area where we take a seat. The inside of the lab is a lot livelier than its exterior would imply. In addition to busy researchers, each floor has its own assistants which keep the lab running in an orderly manner. Looks like this place is bigger than I imagined. Whoa! Wow! After coming to Lviv, my neural cloud's being blown on a daily basis. I can't believe they have such big and fancy labs here. For some reason, it seems so proper that it feels weird to me instead. There wasn't even a security check at the entrance, and the people inside are coming and going without any restrictions. Look at the floor plan and reception area. It says the building has 3 floors, with 4 rooms on each. According to the floor plan, the first floor contains the main lounge and various public facilities. The second floor has the lab area and sample storage, while the entire third floor is an office space for Orphaline. Here too is monitoring the lab from the outside. They're reporting that there are 2 large structures on the roof that don't show up on the floor plan, and their exact purpose is unknown so far. Large structures. Don't tell me that they're the same kind of equipment we saw in Paradise Lab. We can't be certain yet. We'll find out if we get to check them out later. Halfway through our observations of the building, a certain someone descends from the floor above. Welcome, guests from the Assigning Aid Agency. Pleasure to meet you, Miss Igla. Igla dips her head in a polite nod, but the wariness in her eyes does not diminish in the least. Clearly, my stunt with Orphaline at the press conference last night has put her on guard. Again. The anticipation which young Mistress holds for your arrival is quite an unusual thing. Igla's tone is polite and restrained, but the hint of warning in her voice is plainly evident. I should say this. I want to say they should stop doing this, but I know they aren't going to stop. This is like the way what they're doing here is like basic 5th grade writing. Like, I just don't like it. I've seen it enough times. She is carrying a large box, and I wonder if it contains some sort of powerful weapon. The dolls notice it as well and carefully study every move Igla makes, ready to battle at any moment. However, Igla seems completely uninterested in the actions of my assistants. She glances at them briefly, then walks right up to me. You are 20 minutes early. Yes, this interview is very important for my firm. I'm not one to be late. Only someone with a lack of precise planning in their life would allocate excessive time in their schedule to avoid lateness. It would seem your assistants need more professional training. Don't you think it's a lot? Think a lot of time in your life is wasted on being early? I don't. Igla's gaze sweeps casually over Groza and settles on my face. My apologies. Miss Orphaline's time is strictly planned and managed under my care. Even a minute's deviation will cause a major disruption to her schedule. As a result, I find myself unconsciously judging others by my standards. That said, Miss Orphaline's time is rigorously managed. She is currently having breakfast and does not wish to be disturbed. Therefore, the interview will take place at 10 o'clock sharp. Is that acceptable? Of course. Igla seems very pleased by my response. She gestures for me to follow her. Please, allow me to take you on a tour of this facility before the interview. It will provide you the background material for your article. As you can see, the first floor is the public reception area and is typically used for external matters. Normally, interviews with Ms. Orphaline and the other research staff would be conducted here. However, you are special. You are a special guest of the young mistress, and so she specifically insisted that I bring you to her office for the interview. I am most grateful to Ms. Orphaline's hospitality. Frankly speaking, I've never seen Ms. Orphaline as excited about an interview as this time. Could you tell me how you managed to pique her interest? I wasn't an asshole. I'm not sure how I did it. However, I believe it's been a long time since she was treated like a proper scientist. I sense a hint of caution in her eyes. While her demeanor is flawless, awareness of me has not faded in the least. Igla brings us to the second floor in silence. Along the way, she tells us that this floor is the core research area of this facility and features independent identity verification systems. Only visitors who have received Orphaline's approval are allowed to enter. The biosafety labs within are performing the core research tasks for Project Eden, and they have been the subject of much interest from competitors ever since the project began. However, between the lab security systems and my own protection, none of these spies and thieves have managed to get their way. Igla gives me a meaningful look. I turn to look in the direction Igla is pointing and feign ignorance. And now we proceed to Miss Orphaline's work area. We climb the broad staircase and arrive on the 3rd floor. I check the time. It is 10 o'clock exactly. Igla verifies our identities in front of the big glass door, which then slides open. The sound of something shattering comes from inside, followed by a panicked yelp. Igla, help me! This stupid thing isn't cooperating! Rush in and find Orphaline standing in front of a complex-looking device. The interior of the room is a mess, and the floor is covered in glass shards and a toppled test tube rack. Your mistress. Igla rushes forward and swiftly clears up the mess on the ground. Her movements are fast and precise, as though she is long used to such scenarios. I was only gone for 10 minutes. Were you trying to operate the equipment by yourself? I was simply trying to display the latest research data, but then this wretched machine refused to obey me. Those clowns from R&D must have messed up the collaboration parameters again. Orphaline turns to look at us, and her expression immediately turns to stone. Her long blonde hair is a mess, and her lab coat buttons are fastened incorrectly. She looks nothing like the noble, poised, scientific genius described in her file. Orphaline quickly stumbles as he steps back and almost trips on the shards on the ground. Fortunately, he rats swiftly and catches her. You weren't supposed to come at 10? Igla, why didn't you inform me beforehand? Young mistress, it's 10 o'clock right now. What? Orphaline's eyes snap to the clock on the wall, and her expression goes from surprise to frustration before quickly shifting to deliberate haughtiness. No matter. I shall magnanimously forgive your reckless intrusion. Circumstances like this are nothing to me. She quickly sorts out her clothing, straightens up, and tries to regain a sense of dignity, but her lab coat is still rumpled and misbuttoned. Your mistress, please allow me to assist you. Igla produces a new lab coat and a kit bag from the big box she was carrying around, and begins giving Orphaline a high-speed makeover. Orphaline obediently stands still and lets Igla fuss over her like a mother hen with her chick. Hurry, Igla, don't! Our guest's waiting! Yes, mistress. Igla's movements are swift in practice. In less than a minute, Orphaline looks good as new. That's more like it. Once again, Igla begins picking up the scattered lab equipment and documents. Every move she makes looks like it's been precisely calculated to not waste the slightest bit of time or energy. Orphaline clears her throat, then turns to me, her face a mask of deliberate pride and confidence. Welcome to my lab. I am Orpheline Gerard, one of the greatest botanists in the world. What an honor it must be for you to be personally received by yours truly. Pardon the intrusion, Miss Orpheline. We are indeed honored by your presence. Very good. It seems you have some manners. Nothing like those journalists and those boring questions. Orpheline looks me up and down. Her gaze is both curious and judgmental. Yesterday, our conversation in the rooftop balcony was interrupted by Igla. I was wondering, why do you understand my research so well? Most journalists can't even pronounce basic botanical terms. Young mistress, this gentleman is the editor-in-chief in the Shining Age news agency. Surely he must have a wealth of interview experience and a broad knowledge base. I knew that. You don't have to remind me. Igla seems used to Orpheline's little flare-ups. She simply nods and continues restoring order to the chaos on the floor. Now that you're here, where shall we begin today? Igla usually arranges a really boring itinerary for these events. Like having to take pictures, answer questions, those sort of things. We could start by taking pictures? I get Colfine a look. She quickly moves in front of Orpheline and raises her camera. A moment, please. Upon seeing Colfine point her camera shutter at Orpheline, Igla hurries over to touch up Orpheline's looks once again. Helps properly fasten her lab coat, and then discreetly steps out of the frame. Please, allow me to examine the photographs after you're done taking them. I must ensure that all images published by the media depict the best side of young Mrs. Orpheline. Honestly, you don't have to be so wound up about it. I look perfect from every angle. Actually, showing a sign Miss Orpheline that contrasts your identified persona could win more public goodwill. Since Miss Orpheline is typically presented as part of the corporate elite, why not try to show off her more down-to-earth side? That sounds great! Igla, did you hear that? Such intent might incur risk to the director's public image. After seeing the dejected look on Orpheline's face, Igla quickly asked to her previous statement. But, since it's your wish, young mistress, perhaps we could give it a try and see how it goes. With their permission, Colfine does as I said, and takes several pictures of Orpheline. After the shoot, Igla examines the contents of Colfine's camera as agreed. Orpheline takes advantage of her distraction to suddenly approach me. Alright, I heard that you came to my lab early today for the interview. Yes, I hope that shows my sincerity regarding this interview. Yep, your performance at yesterday's press conference was very good. It isn't often that I'm looking forward to an interview like I am now. Would you like some coffee? I'll make it for you myself. Young mistress, that might not be... Igla, I can do it myself. You are treating me like a child. Then I shall graciously accept your offer. Huh? You're okay with that? Why wouldn't I be? My colleagues usually come up with some excuse and try to refuse. Orpheline seemed surprised that I said yes. For some reason, it makes me panic a little. I hope you don't mind me asking, but do you really know how to use a coffee machine? Of course! Igla taught me how to make coffee many times. Granted, I might have forgotten a step or 10, but it's no big deal. Orpheline confidently heads over to the drinks counter, and Igla's expression grows tense. However, she merely keeps her distance. It seems she wants to see if Orphan can actually pull this task off on her own. What you'd like? Lattes are my specialty.
ではラテで。
A latte then, thank you. Orphan nods, then heads over to the fridge before taking out a carton of milk and dumping it into the coffee machine.
Oh.
Yeah, I had to pause when I read that.
オルフェルーネさん、そこは
Miss
ミルクで
Orphan,
す。
that's the green grinder. Huh?
ああ、待って
Oh, I forgot again.
これ豆入れるとこだったわよね。
Oh, so the coffee beans go in here, right? Should those torches already make it more obvious? I doubt their R&D division built this coffee machine. Did they?
今度こそ覚えたわ。
Alright, I got it this time. After carefully pondering the situation, Orphan finally manages to add the milk to the right compartment. Right after that, she can get to the grinder. After some humming, coffee powder sprays out of the nozzle.
これでどう？
Got that step right, right?
ええ
Yeah, you did well.
次は
Alright, next I'll... Just as Orphan is about to put the ground coffee under the tamper, the coffee machine suddenly starts up without any warning, spraying the ground coffee powder everywhere. Most of it ends up on Orphan's brand new lab coat. After seeing Orphan's predicament, Igla sighs, but her eyes are filled with doting kindness. She quickly steps up to take the various implements from Orphan's hands.
お嬢様、やはり
Young mistress, perhaps you should allow me to help.
汚れてしま
Your
う。
lab coat's dirty again and needs to be changed.
あと
No. A look of defeat and shame crosses Orphan's face for a moment, but soon transforms into one of stubborn pride.
手が滑っただけ。
My hand just slipped.
ちょっとミスっただけじゃない。
Small things like that are hardly worth mentioning.
そうですね。
Of course,
す
young
ぐに
mistress.
新しい白衣を
One moment, please. I will get a new lab coat for you. Orphan seems used to Igla's pampering, and silently accepts this arrangement. Igla takes yet another lab coat out of her huge box. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice that the box, which seems to have originally been intended to transport weapons, is instead filled with various articles of folded clothing. It's immediately obvious that they were all prepared for Orphan. Once again, Igla changes out Orphan's lab coat with practiced ease before quickly brewing a latte and handed it to me.
どうぞ。
Please enjoy
お
it.
嬢様がわざわざ
After
ご用
all,
意された
Yama's Orphan made it just for you.
入れたのイグラでしょ。
Hey, you're the one who made it!
お嬢様の指示で入れ
But
た
it was accomplished by your instructions.
実質
so the credit naturally
お
belongs
嬢
to
様
you.
が同然。
Your mistress.
とにかく飲んでみ
In any case, give it a try. It's like, I guess I can accept that.
いただきます。
Thank you. I take the coffee and sip it from the cup. It's really good. It's delicious.
美味しい。
Thank you for your hospitality.
当たり前でしょ。
Sure thing.
私は一番いいもの
Only the
しか出
best
さ
from
ないんだ
yours
から
truly. Orphan smiles smugly, as though she was the one who had made the coffee herself. Igla shakes her head gently, but her eyes are filled with tenderness.
さあ、本題に入りましょう。
Alright, that's enough idle chatter.
どんな感じ？
So, what's the schedule for today's interview?
お嬢様の作業環境の撮影を
We'll start by taking pictures of
楽園
your
計画の
research
報告に
environment,
ついて
and then we'll have
いただく予定です。
you answer specific questions regarding Project Eden's research direction.
それって今までと同じじゃない。そういうの飽きた。
Is it not the same as all those other interviews? That's lame! I'm sick of it!
研究のことを知るなら
Sure, the best way to understand my research direction is to directly view our research space, right? That's the only place to fit to display my scientific accomplishments.
実験施設。
You want to present your research space?
しかし、
But the security level there.
この権限は
Orphan ignores Igla's hesitation and instead turns to me.
今まで外部の人
How
間
about
を
it?
通したことなか
Interested?
ったけど、
I bet you never seen anything like it before as a journalist.
もちろんです。
Of course I'm interested.
今まで公開されなかった施
Using a tour of a research base that's never been made public before is deleted, combined with an exclusive report on the project's research direction and content, will definitely boost the credibility of the article.
見学させていただけるのなら
If all goes well, I can make sure it makes the headlines on all the major publishing platforms. I never would have expected Orphan to actively suggest that we visit one of the research bases. I decided to accept the offer quickly before anyone can retract it. Looks like today's interview is going far more smooth than expected.
お嬢様、施設の見
Miss
学は
Orphan, you should know that viewing the experimental area is not part of today's itinerary.
勝手なことをすれば
If you head over now, it might create difficulties with the board, and Master Oleg might
お
also...
父様には私から言って
I'll take care of Daddy!
この研究所の責任
I'm the
者は
supervisor
私よ
of the research facility, so don't worry. Hila's face is as professional and calm as ever, but I can see the uneasiness in her eyes. However, in the face of Orphan's determined attitude, all she can do is nod.
かしこまりました
As you wish, young mistress.
ほらついてき
Now then, follow me, you lot!
がもたらす奇跡を見せて
I shall
あ
show
げ
you
るわ
a true miracle of science. One biometric security door after another opens before Orphaline and allows us to enter the research space unimpeded. Hila follows closely behind Orphaline. Her movements are as elegant and flowing as ever, but her eyes sweep the surroundings, paying particular attention to us visitors. After several rounds of tiresome identity verification procedures, we arrive at the roof mentioned by Group 2's before. However, I don't see anything sinister up here. In fact, a verdant expanse of greenery spreads before me. The flourishing vegetation looks especially vigorous under the sunlight, and a little rainbow arcs through the spray of the irrigation sprinklers. Orphaline stands to the side, looking upon the plants before her with a gaze akin to that of a proud parent.
見て
Behold,
楽園系
this is the cradle of Project Eden, my finest work.
今リビウの実験
All the seeds growing across Leaf's test plots were born from this little greenhouse.
感慨深いですね。
That's a really romantic origin for them.
それが植物の面白さ
Botany has always been romantic field of research. Unfortunately, there just aren't enough people in the world who get it. These academic fossils just don't get my vision. Orphaline cocks her head smugly and gestures to one particular plant.
見えた
See that?
何を
See what?
ロマンよ
It's the romance you're talking about. Clueless, I expect the plant she's pointing at. Orphaline smiles at me, an excited gleam in her eye.
細胞シグナル伝達を
We see the plant hormone signal transduction pathways form a nonlinear dynamic system with chaotic characteristics.
エピゲノムを3次元に
When the
転換して
epi-
準安定状態の分子が並んだ時
epigenome expresses itself in higher dimensional space, its codes forming quasi-steady state attractors.
光合成で量子が
When the quantum coherent state of photosynthesis propagates
過程が見られた
as a non-Markovian process on the sub-femtosecond scale,
異なる種が
when an organism forms a complex fractal structure in hyperspace, its Hausdorff dimension exhibiting nonlinear changes over time.
こういった人
The melody they create from the weaving of sine and cosine is the most romantic thing I've ever seen in my life. I truly do feel like they just looked in an encyclopedia and just wrote those words down. Eaglet is watching from the side, a proud smile on her face like a parent watching her child showing off her talents.
言いたいことわかるかしら
Can you understand the scenes I'm describing?
いえ、
I shake my head.
私には
I'm not equipped with the vision to receive what an outstanding scientist like you can see. Your insight and knowledge are far beyond the scope of what I can understand. However, I have a few friends involved in science. I can see the light of reason shining through you, and the fruits of your illumination benefits us all. You don't think what I say is obscure or hard to understand or even worthless? As a journalist, my job is to convey technical and scientific content in a way that is easy digestible by the masses. When they're dealing with scientists, we should not try to interpret what they say through a lens of reverence, but to view them as equals and try to understand the vision within their hearts. Technology is a means of realizing a vision, and the greatness of a vision is the only standard by which its values should be judged. Ms. Orphaline, my guess is that what excites you isn't that just the plants themselves, but what they can do. The sheer change they can bring to the world, am I right? Or am I wrong? I'm so wet right now. Thank you. After all these years, this is the first time I've heard an opinion that gives me so well. I was simply saying what I felt. Did you know? Ever since I started studying this topic, there have been people trying to profit on my research, others who wanted to use them to develop new kinds of weaponry, and people, even my own family, who wanted to use this research to build their own reputations. But none of them really wanted to know what I was studying. I'm not saying I don't want to contribute to the group or Daddy, but I almost burned myself. They just can't see this beauty. Everyone just wants to enrich themselves. There is an undercurrent of fragility in Orphaline's words, but she instantly recovers her former pride. Still, none of that matters. It's not like I need other people to understand me anyway. So, Heart of the Key. Orphaline leads me into an isolation chamber. Then she pushes a button inside it, which seems to activate some kind of device. However, there is no visible change outside the chamber after the activation. This is... I'm currently releasing radioactive particles inside the greenhouse to adjust the ambient radiation intensity. You don't seem very surprised? In the past, all the hires who heard of that ran off the first chance they got. Maybe it's because I'm not that sensitive to radiation? Is that so? You're weird. Still, you don't have to worry. We've taken rigorous measures to protect our current position. Yours truly is the most important person in Girard groups. Who would be dumb enough to throw themselves into a radiation bath? The instrument displays inside the isolated chamber indicate that the equipment is indeed functioning normally under Orphaline's operation. Yeah, mistress. Please don't spend too long in the lab. It will affect the rest of your schedule. You worry too much, Igla. I know my limits. Igla does not press the issue. Instead, she stands silently on the sidelines, remaining vigilant and ready to respond to any potentially dangerous situations. Look over there! I look at the plants on the test plot. After being exposed to the radioactive particles, their leaves slowly open, and soft buds emerge at the end of the stems. This is followed by the buds blooming one after another, revealing flowers that look like they came out of some fever dream. The colors of the petals are like the sprinkler rainbows, changing with the angle of observation. The instrument displays indicate that the particle density is falling as the flowers bloom. Just as the flowers fully blossom, Orphaline presses another button. it looks like it's connected to some kind of energy collection device. The moment Orpheline presses the button, a flare of light fills the greenhouse, following which a holographic display comes to life. Its contents constantly shift, like it's showing off the development process of a large future city. The scene goes from a set of radiated ruins to a series of high-rise buildings skyrocketing from the ground. Dense green forests spreading between the buildings until they cover the entire globe. You see? That's the future of Project Eden. The holographic projection we just saw consumed 1 megawatts. It is megawatts, right? I think it's like the only time this pops up, but I just will make sure. Okay. Consume 1 megawatt hours of electronical power, all provided by the energy converted from the radiation absorbed by those plants. The specially selected plants I cultivated can be connected to soil-based energy collection devices, which can transmit the power gathered by the plant to upstream power sources facilities. By connecting them in series, we can scale the applications of the glass particle power generation effect as needed. No matter how big or small the target area is, we can use different sized plots of energy collecting gardens to absorb ambient glass particles to generate power. If we can successfully initiate Project Eden tomorrow, the test plots in the yellow zone around Lviv will generate 5,000 megawatts hours of power per day. You know what that means, right? It means those plots can supply the entire power demand for all of Lviv. Precisely! My research will completely revolutionize the field of energy. Those geriatric goons who laughed at me I'll be begging for my forgiveness in no time. Excuse me. As I listen to Orpheline's explanation, I'm reminded of Perska's remolding pattern technology. But if this is just a recreation of the technology Perska is using, then this so-called Project Eden doesn't seem particularly harmful. But is that really all? Is everything she told me today really the truth? Orpheline doesn't seem to have realized my suspicions and continues speaking. Currently, the portions of Project Eden that have been announced are only the first phase of the plan, namely plant-based radiation cleansing. As the plan progresses, these cultured plants will become part of a unique ecological framework, one that will not only restore life in Lviv, but change the living conditions of people around the world. And when the time comes, the particle density in the contaminated zones will plummet, while the energy costs in the green and white zones will be greatly decreased. It's a win-win situation. I'll turn the RNC into the true Garden of Eden. All the people who doubted me will have to apologize to me then. I could even go back to Frankfurt. Orpheline seemed to realize that she made a slip of the tongue and fall silent. I remember that you mentioned in a certain interview that you were present during the Frankfurt incident. Yes, I was studying abroad in Frankfurt and got caught up in the attack. I thought I would die there. Fortunately, I survived. May I ask a potentially offensive question? Since you almost died in Frankfurt, why do you still want to go back? That's because when I was there, I saw your mistress. Just as he was about to stop Orpheline from speaking, her communicator suddenly rings. She frowns and glances down at it, but in the end, she turns away to take the call. Understood. What happened? My apologies, young mistress. A sudden emergency has come up which requires my immediate attention.
またグループで何か
Is it more group business? Why do they keep doing this at key moments? You're my assistant, Igla.
チルロビグ様直々の
It
ご
was a call from Lady Chilovic herself.
急を要すると
She said the situation was urgent and she needed me to proceed immediately.
チルロビグ
Chilovic. Orphan's expression softens a little when she hears that name.
じゃあ仕方ないわね
It can't be helped then. Go, Igla, and say hi to her for me.
はい
I shall.
他の助手に
I've already notified the other assistants. They will help you your schedule for the rest of the day.
私がいないから
Please do not conduct any unsanctioned experiments while I'm away. And please do not take our guests deeper into the research area.
わかったわよ
I'm not a kid.
だから何かあれば
Also, please contact me immediately if you need anything. I will rush to your side no matter where I
す
am.
ぐに駆けつけます
There's clear worry in Ika's voice, and the concern in her eyes is apparent as she looks at Orphaline.
わかったわかった
Yes, yes, I know. Now go! Igla turns to look at me, and that fleeting gentleness is gone.
編集長本日はありがとうございました
Sir, editor, I thank you for your interest in young Mitch's research, but I hope you will remember that there are some lines which should not be crossed.
お嬢様の身に何
If young Mitch's is inconvenienced in any
すぐ
way,
私の方に連絡
I will know immediately.
くれぐれも
So I urge you to tread carefully. Saying so, Igla bows, then turns and strides away.
やっと
Yeah, she's gone at last.
イグラには
Igla really is capable.
私だけど時々
And she does care for me, but she can be real pain at times. She's always treat me like a kid.
ところでチルロビグ
This
様は
Lady Chilovic, who is she?
ああグループ
Oh, she's a friend and a fellow researcher for the group.
私の友達よ
Orphaline shrugs and doesn't linger on the topic.
さてイグラ
Now that Igla's gone, we can have a proper discussion.
喋りましょう
I can say whatever I want without her breaking down my neck. Orphaline visibly relaxes. She even pumps her fist in excitement like a child who's finally escaped her guardian. After turning off the equipment, Orphaline and I exit the lab.
楽しすぎて一瞬だったわ
Talking to you was so much fun that I lost track of time.
私も同じ
Me
です
too.
オルフェルー
I
ナ
hope this doesn't start your upcoming itinerary.
なければいいのですが
いいのいいの
Oh, don't worry about that. Just some unimportant advertising stuff. Hardly worth my attention.
あそうだ
Ah, yes. We need to publish an article. Could you help me gather the opinions of the public?
イグラに SNS
Igla usually keeps me off the social media.
アカウント持ってないのよ
Good guardian. So I'd love to know how I appear in others' eyes.
え
Uh,
もちろん
Of course? Yeah, sure. I suddenly feel a little guilty as I meet Orphaline's sincere gaze. While this interview is an important part of the fact-finding process, the fact remains that I'm still lying to her. All I can do now is to try to learn the truth ASAP, find Helena, and completely dismantle Paradis' scheme. Speaking of Paradis, based on my conversation with Orphaline today, she doesn't seem to know anything about Paradis, and her understanding of class Pipelon remains at an application level. Her answers to my questions today also seem sincere enough. Based on her performance today, she doesn't strike me as someone who's given to putting on false pretenses. If she's really telling the truth, then is Paradis using her research and controlling events in Lviv from the shadows? I find myself at a loss over whether I should believe what she just said.
オルフェルーヌさん最後に
Ms.
一つお
Orphaline,
伺いしても
may I ask you one last question?
ねえいいわ
Go ahead. If it's within my ability, I'll answer.
この研究で
During the course of your research, did you ever run into any bottlenecks?
あれ
Bottlenecks? You mean...
前提としてあなた
Let me get this out the way beforehand. I'm not doubting your abilities.
ただあなたのような
It's just that as a scientist, as young as yourself, being able to complete such a large project is quite a breathtaking feat. Orphan's expression suddenly turns complex. She bites her lip and looks like she is considering how to answer. Will you post my answer as part of your article? Will you tell everyone? Do you want me to? Orphan hesitates. That fleeting weakness from before appears again, but vanishes instantly. It's true that I received some technical support from the other scientists during the course of my research. For instance, that Chilovik I mentioned just now is also my best friend. Some other corporation affiliate researchers gave me some help. Well, so did those clowns in R&D. But I can assure you that the conception of the project, the theoretical models and framework, the establishment of the research facilities, all of those were the result of my work alone. You might not believe me, but I... Orphan paused again, then takes a deep breath before continuing. I've seen the truth. The truth? Back then, the truth was revealed to me. Everything I understand now comes from what I've realized at that moment. That sounds so abstract now that I think about it. Just pretend I was talking nonsense. And don't you dare publish it! I understand. While I don't quite understand what she's trying to say, I nod obediently, then began packing up and prepared to leave. However, Orphan picks this moment to speak again. Did you know? Daddy called me after that press conference last night. He doesn't call me often. Igla usually relays all his messages. I'm sorry, was it because I... No, not at all. He's actually busy dealing with investigations from the RNC, so he doesn't have time to worry about me. Otherwise, given his way of doing things, he'd probably have you arrested on charges of disturbing public order. Cool. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say to scare you. I just wanted to say that I'm very glad that you are willing to interview me, even if doing so was risky for you. After talking to you, I feel like someone finally gets me for the first time. I've been living under the spotlight as the Girard Group turned on me all these years, playing the role of capable young scientist. My purpose was to show up and gather support when faith in the Girard Group declined. After all, they needed a pure, presentable film symbol. Of course, that was my duty as part of the family. After all, the lab you just saw was funded and built by the Girard Group. Father gave me just about everything I needed. But I've always thought that my life shouldn't be limited to performing on a stage. At times I wonder, would I be happier if I just wasn't the heiress of the Girard Group? Would I be happier if I was just an ordinary researcher? It's strange, really. When I saw you that day, you looked totally suspicious, like an industrial spy trying to dig up secrets. But my instincts told me that you were trustworthy, and that you would understand me. So, have we met before? I don't think so. I see. Well then, I guess it must have been fate that we met. In any case, make sure you share what I told you today with the world. I will do my best when writing this article. That way, everyone will be able to understand the real you. Thank you. Also, please remember that I am not trying to solicit pity here. I just want everyone to know the true value of my research. Before leaving, I bid Orphan farewell. She waves and watches me leave. While I still find it hard to trust anyone at the moment, I'm starting to believe that Orphan is truly unaware of Paradis's plans. My next task is to contact Leva and the others, share what I know with Namfa, and let them conduct a more in-depth investigation. As for that little lady, I can only hope her wish comes true. The stand-in assistant escorts us outside the lab and then leaves. The drug vehicle that's here to pick us up is waiting outside the park area.
指揮官、次の指示は
What's next, Commander? Something about that Lady Chilovig, whom Orpheline and Eaglin mentioned, bothers me. From what Orpheline said about her, she sounds like a pretty important figure, and she's involved in Project Eden to some extent. Most importantly, I don't think that just anyone could get Eaglet away from Orpheline's side, especially since I, whom Eaglet clearly didn't trust, would be with Orpheline. Assuming Orpheline really is innocent, could this Chilovig be the one pulling the strings? What if she's been the one manipulating Orpheline from behind the scenes all the time? In that case, Orpheline's complete innocence would make sense, right? If so, then the place that Eaglet is going to now is very suspicious. I can't just let a good chance like this slip away from me.
2班にイグラの追跡をしてもら
Groza, can you have Group 2 trace the location where Eaglet went to?
ええ、
I think so.
もうそうしてるわ
The Asher just dispatched its squad to follow her.
よし
Alright,
なら
then we'll...
待って、
Hang on!
2班から報告
We're two supporting armed forces
こ
approaching the
こ
lab!
に接近中よ
What? Before I can take another step, a massive explosion comes from the lab behind us. A grenade caves in part of the research building, and thick black smoke billows up from behind the structure. I can see the silhouettes of many people through the building's windows. The sounds of intense gunfights can be heard from within.
クルーガーさんの言った通りか
The Kruger was right.
狙いは
Someone's gunning for the young miss.
2班は攻撃準備
Groza, have Group 2 break stealth. Engage the attackers and get the situation here under control.
了解
Whew, it's been actually 3 hours. And this is our first fight. Eep, look out! Got some nasty firepower. The enemy squad is well prepared. Engage with caution. Yeah, unfortunately Commander wasn't a real reporter, so he couldn't publish that.
脅威を排除する目標沈黙
Whew. Man, my throat's getting tight.
配置完了射撃準備やっと終わった
Na 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 na.
進めてもいい
Na 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 na. Back to the Future stuff. The heavy metal door seals shut, pitching out the clamor of the outside world. Inside the lab, the only sounds are the low humming made by various precision instruments echoing in the spacious interior. There is a faint scent of disinfectant in the air, blended with the unique static odor produced by electronic equipment. The atmosphere here is oppressive and choking. In the center of the room is a specially made chair. It has a high back and its metal armrests have manacles built into them. The chair is covered in various complicated buttons and indicator lights. Its surface is made of some kind of black material that looked cold and hard. Alva has been stripped of all her equipment and bound to the chair. Her head is lowered and her eyes are dark. She is currently shut down. Cables of various thickness are plugged into her body. They are connected to devices surrounding her. A huge monitor's display is constantly shifting complex data in waveforms. Several lab-coated marionette dolls researchers are working around Alva. They have received extensive and sophisticated biosynthetic external customization, so their facial expressions look exceedingly lifelike. However, the way their fingers fly across the keyboards exude an inhumanity that is difficult to hide. From time to time, they will glance up at the data on the big screen and frown, as though they've encountered some problem. One researcher carefully adjusts the cables coming from Alva, ensuring there is a good connection to the equipment. Another researcher carefully studies the data on the screen, constantly taking notes. Yet another researcher is holding a tablet PC, but a closer inspection reveals that they are actually playing a game. Suddenly, the sound of a heavy metal door opening shatters the lab silence. Igla's stride is even, like a society gentleman entering a grand theater. Excuse me. Her gaze coldly sweeps the room and instantly locks into the researcher, who's playing solitaire in the corner. Perfect game, by the way. Her lips curl with an almost undetectable disgust, but she maintains her composure. Is there really a need to dress up these marionette dolls and have them act out the charade? It's called aesthetics, Miss Igla. Aesthetics! In response to Igla's question, a figure slowly rose out of the shadows on a swivel chair. She has a cup of hot coffee in one hand, which she is stirring with a spoon in the other. The murky coffee has so much sugar in it that it's practically solid. Her smile is bright and sinister. Her eyes are wide, but there is a mania in them. Igla's slightly wrinkled brow and the revulsion in her eyes indicate her true feelings about the researcher. I hope there's a good reason for you to summon me while young Mitch's orphanage was receiving guests. Oh, relax. Chidovik tilts her head back and finishes the coffee in one gulp, then spits it all back out. Ugh, this is awful! What's the meaning of this? I just want to try and live like my idol in order to spark some inspiration. However, I'm bad with sweet stuff. Oh, yeah. Clean up, Jenny! A marionette doll steps in from the sidelines and cleans up the floor. Chidovik chuckles and puts the sentiment-filled mug back on the table, then kicks off the ground to set her spinning chair revolving until she gets dizzy. You are free to enjoy your personal amusements. But the reason why I rushed up here upon receiving the news was to obtain results, not appreciate your aesthetics. The young mistress is entertaining important guests, and I cannot be away for long. Despite Igla's polite tone, the annoyance in her eyes is growing. She walks slowly to the center of the lab, Her gaze locks on the bound Alva like she's inspecting an exquisite but flawed work of art.
相変わらず堅物。
Ah, lighten up, Miss Ikla. Did you know? The way you frown reminds me of when my kitty gets home all mad. Chuvik laughs in a melodramatic way and even jumps out of her chair, hopping and skipping over to Ikla and making a kitty's got claws gesture at Ikla.
そちらこそ相変わらずの
Your sense of humor is as striking as ever.
早くしてください。
Get to the point.
お嬢様
I need to return to Yamicha's side.
お嬢様お嬢様。
Yamicha's this, Yamicha's that. Every other word I use is about Orphaline. Oh, I'm so jelly.
まあ簡単に
Fine then.
この声
What I want
は失敗。
to say is we gained absolutely nothing from hacking into her. Nada. Sip, silch. It was a catastrophic failure. Chizuik's tone suddenly switches to a theatrical expression. She collapses into her chair, face falling into a mask of exaggerated despair as she tilts her head back to gaze at the ceiling.
メンタルは完全にロックされ
Her neural cloud's been completely locked down.
くらいの方法
Nobody's been able to get into it. We tried 107 different methods to try and crack it, but none of them worked.
これが噂に聞く
My guess is that this is a legendary Pandora code that has heard so much about.
解読されてない
Fucking geniuses. I swear to God.
嫌いなんだよ
Seriously, it's been 10 years and no one's been able to crack it yet. Pretty scary, don't you think?
とにかく直接
In any case,
ハッキングは不可
my plan to get into her base layer through direct access methods looks like a bust. Lame.
そんな集体をわざわざ晒すために私を呼んだのですか
How disappointing. Did you pull me away from the mission's side? Just to tell me that?
だって
Aw,
こうなったら大
but I need to throw the incredible and amazing processing power of a third-gen doll like yourself at this particular problem.
ジラードグループ
I mean, there's no doll in Drug Group who's better at electronic warfare than you are, right?
あなたを助ける義理は
And why should I help you?
あ
It's so that... Igla stares coldly at Chidoveg, who responds with an ingratiating and annoying smile as she rubs her hands together.
お嬢様に楽園計画
It's so that we can better implement young Mitch's product, Eden, of course.
反逆があの箱を奪ったということ
The considerable effort Defy expended to seize that box suggests they likely had a lot of data on a specimen inside. We might find top-secret information in there to help the young mistress overcome her technical barriers.
やっぱりそれだけじゃ
Did this like I was trying to trick you? Igla lightly adjusts her cuffs with her slender fingers. Her movements are simple, but there's a chilling pressure in them. I hate that sentence.
彼女を起こしてください
Reactivate her. Oh? Are you sure you're doing this? Really, really sure? Chizovic's eyes light up and she suddenly cozies up to Igla, a look of something resembling surprise on her face.
何をお考えになられているかは
It's not like whatever's hidden agenda you may have can do me any harm.
ひどいな
Oh, what's that supposed to mean? Of course young Mitch's well-being is my top priority. I just happen to be able to get a little something out of it too.
確かだけど
Igla does not answer her. She only unreels a cable from her own access port.
気をつけてね
Be careful when hacking her. If you fail to break through her barriers, she'll probably self-destruct on spot.
そうなったら
And that would be game over.
操作を始めてください
Focus on your work, Lady Chilovic. Igla's tone does not change, but there is an undeniable authority in her words.
時間は等しく平等です
I am sure you are aware that time is not on either of our
無駄にする余
sides.
裕はありません
What's that? Has old man Oleg already found out that you've been messing around behind his back?
思ったより頭いいじゃん
Eh. Looks like the old dude is as dumb as he looks.
もしあんたのやろうとしてることに
If he finds out you were interfering with his business, woohoo!
発言には
Mind your words, Lady Chilovic.
はいはい。
Yes, yes, you're the best, Boss Igla. Boss Igla is the fairest. Boss Igla is which is my command. Chilovic bows in an over-the-top fashion to show that she's ready to cooperate, and her eyes shine ever brighter. In response to Chilovic's acquiescence, the marionette dolls, dressed up as humans, began moving without command, as though they have been suddenly infused with life force. Their movements are mechanical and precise, with no hesitation or delays. They follow procedures meticulously. The click of switches and the humming of machinery is like a prayer for resurrection. The electrical current flows through the cables plugged into Alva and into her entire body. She reflexively struggles and groans in pain. However, the bindings which secure her in place leave her unable to move. The awakening process takes some time. After a while, Alva slowly opens her eyes, her blurry vision slowly focusing into clarity. After surveying her unfamiliar surroundings, she turns to the marionette dolls, now frozen in place, their earlier flurry of movement replaced by vacant stares fixed on her. She does not catch the silhouette of Chilovic, instead her gaze goes straight to Igla. Upon seeing her, Alva suddenly realizes and smiles. Igla raises an eyebrow almost imperceptibly. That is her sole expression of surprise. She gracefully adjusts her jacket and slowly walks up to Alva, a look of calm judgment in her eyes.
その反応は予想外です。
I had to admit, your response was rather unexpected. May I ask what amuses you?
お前の無力さ。
I'm smiling because you're completely out of options. Alva's tone is calm, but with an undercurrent of mockery in it.
私のメンタルへのハッキング。
You've already tried to hack my base layer, haven't you?
成功していたら。
And if you succeeded,
私を起動させたりも。
you wouldn't have part of it back on. Igla's eyes flash coldly.
そしてお前がここに。
Also, the fact that you're here can only mean one thing. Fomastina is harder to catch her now than she's moving alone. Isn't she? Your target is smaller now. You might not even be able to locate her at all. Otherwise, there is no way that you, the one person who can fight her on even terms, would possibly leave the battlefield. After all, I'm just an unimportant side character, aren't I? She pauses, then continues. The reason you're here, and not at the front, is plain and simple. You failed to catch a Voimastina, and to crack my neural cloud. In other words, you are completely out of options, and it's eating you up inside. Igla chuckles. Her laughter is elegant and melodious, but cold as ice. She approaches Alva and reaches out to lightly lift her chin, feigning gentleness. Your powers of observation deserves praise, but you are jumping to conclusions. Trying to anger your opposition is not wise, especially given your current situation. What I can do to you far exceeds what you can imagine. Oh, is this when the fun part begins? Chilovic has moved behind Alva at some point. She claps excitedly, a twisted glee twinkling in her eyes. Oh, Alvochka, did you know? Miss Igla might look as meek as milk, but there's no limit to how far she'll go to get the job done. I'm actually kind of curious as to what she'll do to you. Will you cry and leak snot everywhere? Will you scream and beg for mercy? Or will you just go mad and have to kind of break down on the spot? Alva's composure shows its first crack upon noticing Chilovic's presence. Wait, aren't you supposed to be dead? Tut tut, that's the least of your worries right now, my dear. Chudovic's voice is filled with a childlike curiosity and excitement. She bends down and speaks into Alva's ear, but she does not whisper, ensuring that Igla can hear her too. Miss Igla might appear dignified, elegant, and proper as hell, but in private, oh boy! I bet she's going to play all kinds of games with you. That sounds rapey. Lady Chilovic, while your eagerness is most touching, would you mind reining yourself in a little? Igla's tone bears a hint of warning. Believe me, you cannot even begin to inflict the kind of suffering I've already been through. After her brief surprise, Alva quickly gets her emotions under control and faces Igla again. There's a look of what could almost be admiration in Igla's eyes as she gazes at Alva. She takes a step back, her hands gently caressing Alva's cheek. It is a gesture so tender that it could have come from a lover, but it sends a chill down Alva's spine. Your resilience is admirable. However, I have no intention of trying to outdo your past. Instead, I'm curious. When your partner was freed by your departure, did you feel something like relief? After all, you were always the millstone around her neck, were you not? Alva's response is only a scornful smile. For some reason, the smile ignites a nameless flame in Igla's mirror cloud. She turns away and addresses Chilovic in a voice that allows no refusal. I think we can go straight to the final phase for her. Wow! Right to the main course then! Chilovic rubs her hand together in excitement. I can't wait to see what her mirror cloud is like. Is it an intricate little box? A patch of starry sky? Maybe a labyrinth? Oh, that's also exciting! Igla pays no attention to Chilovic's antics. She simply nods to indicate that the marionette dolls should continue their work. Do it. Do it! Several marionette dolls surround Igla, their hands connecting various cables to the access ports Igla has opened up. A massive amount of signal floods through them into Alva's mind, blocking out her vision. Alva struggles in the darkness with all her might, but she can't break free of the bonds which hold her. For an instant, Alva's body twitches and shudders before she goes limp and unconscious. Her fisted barriers are down. You can do whatever you want to her now. What? Already? That said, I don't know how long this one will last, so you better work fast. Just leave it to me. I mean, she clearly said okay. And none of that stuff. She gleefully waves her hands. Her eyes are practically shining as she approaches Alva, admiring her like an exotic treasure. Did you know, Miss Igla? While my specialty is plants, I like to study dolls with neural clouds in my free time. They hold so many secrets and surprises. Opening them up is like unwrapping a present. If you ever decide to donate your bodies to science, please let me know. Your enthusiasm is most striking. I hope you will apply it in the right direction. Igla's words are calm and even, but the warning in the voice is becoming increasingly evident. Normally, I return to your mistress' side immediately, but after taking the importance of this matter into consideration, I had decided to stay behind to personally supervise the procedure. Igla walks over to the control panel at the side of the lab and sits down in a high-backed chair. Her poise and posture are perfect, and her gaze is locked on Alva. Oh, I'm honored that you hold such high regard, Miss Igla. Chidove fakes a look of depression, but there's a sly glint in her eyes.
勘違いしないでください。
Do not misunderstand, Lady Chidove. I am simply assuring that everything is going according to plan. After all, I have some concerns about your work. Oh, ye of little faith, Miss Igla. Chidove makes a show of pouting before a fanatical smile spreads across her face. Naturally, she's going to take good care of this new toy of hers. In fact, she has a special dream ready for Alva.
成果を期待しています。
I look forward to seeing your results. Chidove turns towards Alva, her hands gently caressing her still features, her eyes gleaming with an obsessive light.
さて。
Alright then. How should I play with my new toy? Her heart lurches as though it's going to burst right out of her chest. Alva wakes up, and then she remembers that she doesn't even have a heart in the first place. Her breathing goes ragged. Her body glistens with cold sweat, and she feels a chill run down her spine. With nothing but utter darkness before her, she unconsciously reaches up to touch her eyes. She can't see anything. Is it just dark, or is she blind? She reflexively attempts to move forward, but she feels as though she is suspended in the void, with no way to exert her strength. Alva realizes she's being hacked at this point. And the moment she realizes that, the surroundings suddenly fill with a burst of noise that approaches her rapidly, as though it's locked onto Alva's presence and is closing in on her. As the terrifying sound draws closer, a blinding light suddenly appears before Alva. She reflexively reaches a hand out to block it, but in the next moment, the true extent of the bone-chilling sight around her becomes apparent. Thousands of Elas are rushing her like a flood, a horde extending as far as her eyes can see and exuding a nauseating stench. All of this almost convinces her that she isn't just seeing things. Alva frantically tries to bring her gun up to shoot back, but she finds that her hands are empty. And in this moment of confusion, she is swamped by a tide of monsters, carried away like a reed in a flood. Get the hell away from me! She struggles with all her might, her steely fingers ripping limb after limb away from the Elid bodies. However, the endless tide of Elid feel no pain, and they eventually gain the upper hand. Her frame is gouged open by sharp claws and teeth. Her circuits are slashed apart. The sparks from her power systems char blackened, smoking chunks into the horde, but it doesn't stop them in the least. Alva can feel her vision going dark once again. This time, it seems to foretell her imminent demise. Her limbs are slowly running out of strength. She doesn't know if it's because of her power circuits were cut, or if it's because her CPU is on the verge of crashing. She opens her mouth, but she cannot make a sound. The creatures bury her in the abyss. She doesn't feel pain, or a growing fatigue. She's getting a little tired.
しっかりしなさい AL94!
Just as Alva is about to doze off, a mighty force suddenly grabs her arm and pulls her out of the Elid horde. Before she can react, she hears the sound of a gun cocking above her head. Right after that, she feels her AN-94 thrust into her hands like a fire poker. She stares in disbelief at the person who handed it to her. Shut up! You only had time to spout rubbish. You ready to fight? Load, please. The MVP. That's still a great scene. Yeah, that was Ange. Let me check where we're at right now. We're at 3.5 hours. Let's see. I want to at least get to the halfway point, so probably like around here. A sticky, choking darkness plugs her nose and throat. It's disgusting, but she can't even throw up. This is the only thing Alva can feel right now. It's as though she's drowning in a huge swamp, unable to breathe or move. Roars slam into her ears, accompanied by the nauseating sounds of chewing her eyelids. These aren't the usual eyelid creatures, but human face infected, surging towards her like a flood. Alva has never seen such a variety of eyelids before. Yet the monsters before her take all kinds of forms. Some look like beasts, others resemble insects. Still more appear human, but all of them radiate the same terrifying presence. Their claws can easily rend a doll's armor, and so Alva fights back with all of her might, her gun spewing fire and bringing down one eyelid after another. However, more eyelid rush up to meet her, as though they were endless. Alva can feel her bullets hitting them, even smell the charred odor in the air. However, these monsters appear to know no fatigue or pain. There are far, far too many of them. A powerful sense of helplessness fills Alva's inner cloud. A profound realization that nothing she does matters, driving her to lower her gun. What are you doing, 94? Keep shooting! At the sound of the sharp rebuke behind her, her frame shudders as she friendly reloads and starts shooting once again. Take out this wave and we'll drop together. I've already had charges set, so make sure you move fast. Angie emerges from behind her cover, and it is then that Alva sees her fully. Her hair is tied up, and she is barking orders while firing her gun. In other words, she is just the same as she used to be. After emptying her last magazine, she throws the weapon at the oncoming tide before punching Alva on the shoulder and yelling at her. 94, with me! Anne retreats and Alva immediately follows her. Anne pulls out the detonator and tosses it to Alva. The eyelid horde has already swamped their previous position. Well, don't all the hell, 94! Alva presses the detonator without hesitation, and an explosion erupts. A wave of searing heat washes over her from behind and sends the surrounding sand and dust flying. At this point, Alva finally sees that this is an old train station, and Ange is leading her deeper inside it.
よくやったわ。
Well done, 94.
もう安全かしら。
You think we're safe? Ange and Alva run over to the platform. Rail lines extend as far as her eyes can see in either direction, but there are no train carriages within the station. The place where the train should be, is instead full of monsters. Their eyes filled with savagery. They emit low growls as they slowly begin to close in.
まだなの。
Like I spoke too soon.
ゲームなんて
94.
弾は残ってる。
What's your ammo situation like? Alva looks down at her weapon. All she has left is a final magazine that's already loaded into her rifle. Meanwhile, Ange pulls out the MP443 at her waist and her combat knife before smiling bitterly at Alva.
熱車が駅に着くまで
Looks like we need to hang in there until the train arrives. It's gonna be a hard fight.
一緒に生き残るわよ。
So let's get ready for it, 94. We need to survive this. Countless elites flood the train station, but the train Ange is talking about does not arrive. Alva mounts her bayonet and lays into the elite horde with all of her might. Disgusting fluids and limbs fly through the air as she stabs and slashes them while her bayonet gleams coldly. Where is the rest of Task Force Defy? Why aren't they here to protect Ange? That's right, how's Ange doing? Alva suddenly thinks back to the one person who requires the most protection in this desperate situation. She tries to call Ange's name, but she is unable to project the sound. It's certainly not for any lack of trying, but any vocalization she can manage is drowned out by the thunderous roars of the elite horde. Her throat feels dry and painful, as though someone is strangling her. The only thing that leaves her mouth is a weak expulsion of air. She desperately opens her mouth, but all she can manage to do is inhale more of the choking air. She sees Ange. Ange is standing close by, facing away from her as she struggles violently against the elites. It's as though she can't see Alva. Her gun spews flames as she pulls the trigger without stopping, bringing down one elite after another. However, there are simply too many elites. They're like an endless tide, wave after wave crashing in with no end in sight. Several elites have already fallen around Angelia, but even more elites are already lunging at her. One of them pounces from behind, its sharp claws seeking her exposed back. Angelia nimbly evades it, but another elite charges in from her side. She opens fire and kills that elite, but even more rush up and surround her. Angelia's movements begin to slow down, and the gun in her hand locks open on an empty chamber. For all her strength of will and extensive training, she is ultimately only a human being. Her body bears several wounds, and her fresh blood oozes from them. Alva wants to rush over, but the elite already surrounded her as well, to the point where she can't even take a step forward. All she can do is watch the horde swallow up Ange, powerless to help. This powerlessness is very familiar. A huge elite throws itself at Ange and knocks her to the ground. Alva reflexively reaches for the gun in her waist, but her hand finds nothing. At almost the same time, she sees Ange's pistol on the ground. It's the MP443 that has accompanied her for 10 years. Ange tries to struggle to her feet, but the elite's sharp claws have already pierced deep into her body. Crimson blood stains her clothes instantly. It is more visceral and shocking sight compared to how electronic components are exposed when a doll's synthetic skin is torn open. Ange collapses to the ground, still struggling weakly. Alva can also see that she is looking at her. While her eyes are filled with pain and refusal to accept her fate, there is no fear or despair there. Her lips are moving slightly, as though she's trying to tell Alva something. However, Alva cannot make out what she's trying to say. All she can hear are the howls and roars of the monsters. Suddenly, Angelia pounds the ground, and all the surrounding sounds vanish, as though Alva had gone deaf all of a sudden. The fallen Angelia suddenly kicks away the Elid attacking her and shouts at Alva. In a world of silence, her voice is clear and almost deafening. Alva, board the train! Sound suddenly returns to the world. The Elid's howls pierce the tunnels first, then the urgent blare of a train horn as it thunders into the station. She can also hear the machine gun fire from behind her. The Elids around her collapse to the ground. You're a miss, Senior. Nadia? The doll with machine gun winks, but her weapons never stop firing, cutting down one mob of Elids after another. Her smile is as mysterious as Alva remembers, but after learning the full truth, she realizes that there's something else behind the mystery. This isn't right. You're... Yes, I'm dead. All men must die, after all. After laying down a torrent of ferocious firepower, RPK-16's light machine gun finally falls silent. She is out of ammunition. But dolls do not die, and neither will you, Alva. It's time you boarded the train. Board it? All Alva feels is a stabbing pain in her neural cloud. It's as though she's forgotten something very important. The train's brakes shriek as they engage, and it slowly grinds to a halt amidst a spray of sparks. Then the door to his cabin suddenly flies open, as though it were waiting for someone. Alva opens her mouth to ask what is going on, but she doesn't get the chance to say anything, because RPK-16, still smiling, suddenly raises her hand and shoves her onto the train. Take care of yourself, dear daughter. Fucking Dylan. He's so silly. The force of the shove ends, sends Alva rolling over the floor of the cabin. The door immediately closes and the train begins to move. Alva rushes over to the door and pounds on it. Through the glass, she sees a doll who calls herself Embla, walking slowly towards Angelia. Meanwhile, more and more Elids rush towards them, and soon they are buried beneath the tide of corpses. No matter how Alva shows herself, she still can't see them. The Pandora Portal is nothing more than either a modified Nadia or Nadia herself, right? Or is Defy really just that much built different? The firewall is still kind of mysterious, to be honest. But the idea is that only RPK, or Nadia in this case, can go through it. Nothing else can. Alva suddenly snaps awake. Her originally blurred vision begins to focus. Her frame's functions quickly recover, and the scenery before her gradually focuses into a cold white expanse. She is lying in a half-sealed capsule, and the cables used to assault her neural cloud are still connected to her access ports. No, that's RPK. That was RPK. That was not Shaw. The place is cramped. She is surrounded by icy cold metals on all sides, covered in a complex array of wiring and indicator lights. Her body is bound to a chair. She is unable to move except for some small head movements. The capsule is filled with a quiet hum. Upon closer listening, it turns out to be the running noise of various pieces of equipment, which make her feel anxious and uneasy. A wave of dizziness washes over Alva, and she even feels the phantom pain of severed limbs as simulated noiseception signals assault her neural cloud. The signals feel incredibly real, so real that she's actually experiencing a sense of weightlessness, as though her body no longer belongs to her. They force-activated all her biosynthetic sensory feedback links, so her experience during this enhanced interrogation session is as close to human as possible. Invisible. And yeah, Cham, that is the question there. It's very difficult to answer, primarily because we don't really know just how in-depth this firewall is. Other than that, it's basically impossible to crack. And only Nadia can break through it because she has the command authority. Or rather, she secretly has command authority. She even experienced that ordeal in level 2 as a human being would. All this managed to disorient even the present Alva. Her neural cloud is slow and chaotic, but like she's been forcibly subjected to excessive input. It takes nearly 20 seconds before she can come to her senses and start thinking again. The outer offensive barriers of her neural cloud have been broken. The opposition is now flooding her level 2 layer with huge amounts of sensory data, simulating human-level torture-induced suffering, in a final attempt to overwhelm her operating logic. They are also attempting to overwrite Alva's original cognitive processes with large quantities of phantom signals, aiming to force her defensive systems to self-destruct. However, these attacks have not been effective, and Alva just woke from her nightmare. Alva falls silent. Had she awoken from that nightmare because of Angelia? Or was it because of her? As she peers through the observation port of the neural capsule, Alva can see the spacious lab where she has been just as a while ago. The researchers in white are working on the lab instruments and recording data. They don't seem to have noticed that she had woken up. Alva frowns because she sees Igla standing in the middle of the lab. She doesn't know how long she's been unconscious. After all, there's no way to judge the passing of time in level 2, and her internal chronometer doesn't work anymore. Perhaps Igla is still here because she was only shut down for 2 minutes, or maybe it's been a full day and Igla had already left and returned. This is by no means an unimportant matter. While Alva is pondering this, she suddenly notices a human soldier rushing in from outside the lab. His outfit looks very similar to the armed troops she fought earlier. There is an anxious, frightened look on his face, and his forehead is covered in sweat. What? I have news, ma'am! Despite his evident panic, he walks and carries himself like a proper soldier. However, it's still obvious that he's forcing it. Alva can tell he's wounded, even from a distance. Igla maintains her calm bearing, even after seeing her subordinate's condition. She turns slowly, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she studies the guard. Please explain the reason why you have come here. The guard gulps. His throat shifts visibly as he swallows, and he doesn't not answer Igla's question right away. Igla's frown deepens. A flicker of unease passes through her eyes, as though she already knows his news is not good. It's about AK-15? Did she manage to break through the lockdown? Or did someone force their way into the search again? No. This has nothing to do with her. Our squads are still carrying out their search. More sweat beads on the guard's forehead. He knows that no matter how hard he tries, there's no avoiding what's coming next. Igla's gaze is gentle, but still terrifying. It's about the young mistress. He takes a deep breath. Then he finally manages to work up the courage to speak, but before he can finish explaining why he is here, hearing that key phrase causes Igla to instantly lose her composure. Fueled by outraged savagery, she seizes the man by the collar and lifts him off the ground. What happened to the young mistress? The lab! It was attacked! But young mistress, she's alright! The man frantically tries to explain himself like he's pleading for his life. Igla's face goes pale. She lets go of the man. He drops to the ground amidst a fit of coughing. She forces herself to stay calm, but the anger and worry in her eyes is obvious to anyone. The guard doesn't dare to raise his head or look at Igla's face. He opens his mouth as though he's about to speak, but he doesn't manage to utter anything beyond nonsensical syllables. He's heard rumors about Igla. Just as the guard is teetering on the verge of panic, Igla suddenly reaches for the pistol at her waist. It looks like it's been custom made, and its gold-plated body shimmers with a faint blue light. She raises it with a blank expression on her face, so fast that the guard can't even react to it. By the time the guard realizes what's going on, all he can do is close his eyes in resignation and despair. However, Igla defies everyone's expectations by turning and taking aim at Chilovic, who's spinning lazily in her chair. She pulls the trigger. A fireball erupts from the gun's muzzle. Its primitive black powder propellant belches a thick gunsmoke cloud. I just thought of gunsmoke. I need to do that today. Chilovic's face disintegrates into crimson mist, the massive impact sending her entire body crashing to the ground. She doesn't even manage to cry out. Her fingers twitch slightly, and then she goes limp. Foul-smelling blood oozes from the hole in her head and makes a huge stain on the ground. The guard's eyes go wide as he's covered his mouth, desperately fighting the urge to scream. It's not that he hasn't seen dead people before. In fact, he's personally created many corpses in his line of duty. Right now, he is terrified beyond the capacity for rational thought. Alva observes all of this with a blank look on her face. Igla's actions are ruthless and decisive, but not surprising. Alva has already seen through Igla's true nature from the start. After Chilovic's collapse, the marionette dolls milling around the lab, indistinguishable from human beings, all start to collapse lifelessly one after another. Meanwhile, a device on the other side of the lab suddenly comes to life. It looks like the sleep capsule Alva is currently occupying. Its silver-colored exterior and hatch gleam with a dazzling light. There is a burst of noise as machinery runs and gears engage, and then the capsule's hatch slowly opens, emitting a cloud of white vapor. A naked woman steps out of it, wreathed in wisps of what looks like some sort of refrigerant gas as it evaporates. She casually reaches for a lab coat from a nearby peg and throws it on. With her entrance, the collapsed researchers, who look like puppets with strings cut, all begin to slowly get back up. They appear as though they have been recalled to life, and carry on with their tasks like nothing had happened. How barbaric! The woman from the capsule sighs heavily, but her tone is theatrical and mocking. Her hair is damp and her face is oily, like someone spread a layer of butter on it. Interesting. But it's plain to see that she looks identical to the Chilivik who's lying dead on the ground. Why the temper tantrum? Is this how you treat an old friend, Miss Igla? How rude! As she says this, she snaps her fingers like she's performing a magic trick. In response to her signal, several researchers, like the one who cleaned up this coffee spill before, promptly appear from the corner of the lab. They begin clearing away the corpse and bloodstains. Their movements are swift and practiced, as though they rehearsed this countless times before. Or maybe they've had to perform this procedure innumerable times before. After carrying the corpse away, mopping up the blood and re-waxing the floor, everything ends back to how it originally was. It is as though nothing had ever happened. Please return to your post. Yes, ma'am! The guard scrambles out of the lab as if granted a stay of execution. After watching the guard scramble away, Iglo turns to regard the brand new Chilivik. I thought I would not need to explain myself, but clearly I have overestimated your intelligence. Don't forget, the only reason I am going along with your despicable schemes is for the sake of the Shirai crew and the young mistress. Aren't we a paragon of virtue? How is that my fault? Do you think I send people to attack the lab? I'm a scientist, and I swear on the name of science that my brain is perfectly normal. Meanwhile, what good is putting a bullet through my head do for you anyway? You're always so violent, Miss Igla. No wonder Orphe thinks you're so strict. A wisp of smoke coils up from the barrel of Igla's gun as she takes aim at Chilivik again. Its muzzle is trained squarely on Chilovik's head, and she looks like she might fire again at any time. However, Chilivik doesn't seem the least bit afraid of her. All she does is shrug and mock innocence and madness as madness twinkles in her eyes. So this is why she could appear again like nothing had happened after committing suicide. Chilivik follows the gaze back towards its source and realizes that Alpha is awake. She bats her eyelashes and opens her mouth in apparent surprise, then tosses off a wink while smiling with a twisted playfulness. Alpha coolly meets her gaze. Resurrection, is it? What disgusting technology. Igla narrows her eyes and studies Chilivik. She takes note of the liar's antics, but she doesn't seem to care about them. I was away from the lab for less than half an hour, and it just so happened to be attacked during that time, right when I wasn't around. Do you really think I would write it off as a coincidence? Of course it was! Isn't everything in the world coincidence? Even us meeting each other is a coincidence. Chidwick turns in place like a kid, her lab coat flaring out in the air around her.
反逆への尋問のために
You asked me to hurry here because a critical issue arose during the Defy members' interrogation.
そうだっけ
Did I actually say that?
物忘れがひどく
Total scatterbrain, you see. Chidwick affects a look of vexation, and then she throws herself back into her chair and kicks her legs like a child.
でも私なら八つ当たりするよ
Still, if I were you, I'd hurry back to young Mitch's side right now, but instead of blowing off steam by blowing up my head.
無事だとしてもきっと心細い
Even if she's fine, she might be super scared.
襲撃も一度で終わるとは限らない
And besides, if the attackers come back for another go, do you really think she might be as lucky this time around? Eela's face turns pale and a momentary panic flashes through her eyes. Then she adjusts her jacket, holsters her gun, and her movements regain their usual smoothness.
お嬢様にもしものことがあれば
If anything happens to your mistress, I will personally ensure that there is no coming back for you, Lady Chilevik. Her voice is calm again, but the chilling threat she utters is more terrifying than any shout could ever be. She shoots one last icy look at Chilevik before turning to leave. She doesn't bother with affecting Elliot! Her priority is returning to Orphaline and the lab post-haste. Her footsteps fade into the dark distance and vanish. All that remains in her wake is gunsmoke and the stench of blood.
ほっと余裕ないんだ
And there she goes. Someone clearly doesn't know how to enjoy life, don't you think? After Eaglet leaves, Chilevik jumps out of her chair. She spins around happily like she's putting on a show in this lab, which only has marionette dolls in it. Alva knows Chilevik is talking to her. However, she has no intention of replying. Chilevik skips over to Alva's hibernation capsule. The hem of her lab coat drags on the ground, and her bare feet make a padding sound as she moves. Like a curious child, she taps the observation window and cranes her head to peer at Alva inside the capsule.
まさか途中で意識が戻るなんてあんたのメンタル
I didn't expect you to awaken halfway through. Looks like your nerve cloud is stronger than I expected. She looks at Alva in amusement, her eyes twinkling like she's appreciating a precious work of art. Our beloved toy.
普通の人形だったら
A normal doll's nerve cloud would have burned out in less than 3 seconds after being hooked up to her.
それをあんたは
And you actually managed to break free of that peak-grade torture program all by yourself.
実はさ
Wanna know something?
あんたの
If you ask me, I think you're more of a third gen doll than Eaglet is. Alva looks at the Nido researcher before her. Her heart is filled with revulsion and wariness. She has no idea what this woman is up to.
ボルドグ財団の連中は
The folks from Orlok are all dim-witted plebs. Their approach to doll development has gone astray.
性能だけや
Each one developed is stronger than the last, but the neural clock is more childish with each generation.
ばかり強さが第三
I mean, if the mark of excellence was fighting power, then the first gen dolls wouldn't be RO63 or 635, but AK-15 at Defy, right?
ビグラはあの戦車ばかり
Eaglet's got her little girl crush now War Machine, but she never knows that you are the real treasure of Task Force Defy.
だよねサマンサ賞はやっぱ
There's no doubt that Samantha Shaw's a genius.
生涯の大半は
She spent most of her life devoted to developing military hardware. Yet, despite only being a newcomer to the doll field, she managed to create that Pandora. And you.
あ
Oh, I'm so jelly.
ー羨ましいや
Chilevik heaves in theatrical sigh, her face falling into gloom before brightening suddenly with a huge smile.
で
Still, however talented or ascendant she is, she's dead! Returned to the earth. And that means it's all over for her. The true winner is the one who survives to the end. She indicates herself with her right thumb. Despite her beaming smile, there's a frigid edge to it. I may not be as smart as those geniuses, but I will survive to the end, stand on everyone's shoulders, and be the first to reach the truth. And you are my next stepping stone, my cutie. Sheila bares her teeth in a grin as she knocks on the observation window, like she was rapping on a pet's fishbowl. Now then, let's continue our little game. Don't worry, I'll make sure you won't wake up this time. Let's see just how much I can extract from your neural cloud. I wonder what surprises I'll find. Saying so, she saunters over to the control panel in front of the hibernation capsule, shoves away the marionette doll working there, and begins operating the instrumentation herself. The castle emits a low hum in response to Televik's manipulations, and Alva feels her mind go blurry again. Darkness envelops her once more. The last thing she sees before she passes out is Televik's playful, excited expression. And then, she plunges into darkness. But this time, she does not know if she will awaken again.
戦闘終了。脅威は全て排除しました。これで先に進めます。
Oh no, she's hot. Commander, the enemy has been driven out by the research facility. 404 is engaging the remaining hostile forces near the site. Monster Squad is on the way to provide support. Connect to 404. Understood. Lukai, what's the situation? We're still exchanging fire with them. They're armed to the teeth, but we can't identify their affiliation. They're deliberately concealing their identities. Do we need to change the rules of engagement? No. Eliminate them as a top priority, and gather as much information as possible. But we're outnumbered. Their target is that young lady, and they split their forces. We might be able to intercept them. We'll take the young lady to a safe location first. Once we have her under control, you move towards my position. Roger. We'll wait for your signal, Commander. I cut the connection and turned to Groza and Kolfing. Let 4-4 buy us some time first. Kolfing, what's the situation around us? It looks like everyone inside the facility has fled outside. This place really doesn't have a single armed guard. Maintain control of the area. People from the Gerard group or PSA should arrive soon. Until then, we need to keep Orphaline safe. Can you locate that young lady? I saw her run out to the experimental area on top of the top floor just now. She's there, huh? She's there, huh? I see. Let's move. Avoiding stray rounds from the firefight between the unknown forces and Squad 404, we rush up to the rooftop. We've smashed through the glass doors of the experimental complex and forced our way inside. In the isolation chamber where Orphaline has demonstrated an experiment for me not long ago, a figure sits there blankly, knees hugged to her chest. Rosa and Kolfing check the surroundings. No armed personnel are in sight. I slip my weapon inside my clothes and stride quickly towards that figure. Why are you here? I was about to get in my car and leave when I saw the black smoke rising from this direction, so I rushed over to everyone. You're a journalist! Don't play the hero! Her tone is harsh, but the panic and tears in Orphaline's eyes betray her true emotions. I hurry over to assess her condition. Though she's trembling all over, she doesn't appear to have any external injuries. Judging by her breathing, her internal organs weren't damaged by the explosion either. I extend my hand to Orphaline. After hesitating for a moment, she finally takes it and stands up. Where are the people who attacked the facility? They were repelled for now. Repelled? But there aren't even any armed guards here. We found a way to drive them back. You did? In any case, this place is extremely dangerous. We don't know when the attackers will strike again. You need to leave immediately. Don't be ridiculous! As the heir to Chiragu, how could I be frightened off by some bunch of small-time thugs? What his name is. That is true, Recon. Besides, these research data are absolutely priceless, as if I could let them be destroyed. Despite her tough words, Orphaline almost drops the haphazard pile of data pads and test tubes in her arms. She bites her lip, trying to shoulder everything on her own. Now isn't time to worry about that. Plants can be cultivated again if they're destroyed, but if something happens to you, then everything is really over. As if something can happen to me, I'm... Her voice suddenly trails off as if she's talking to herself. But with this research, I don't even know what else I can do. It's too early to say that. You're only in your 20s. You still have a long life ahead of you. Don't you remember? You survived what happened in Frankfurt. Compared to that, this is nothing. Orphaline's eyes flicker slightly, as if a memory had been stirred. You're right. But don't get the wrong idea. I'm only agreeing to temporarily relocating this research. Tomorrow's demonstration will absolutely not be cancelled. They come with me. I set up for Colfine to take hold of Orphaline. This time, Orphaline obediently follows it as Colfine starts moving. But just as we reach the doorway, intense gunfire erupts from below. Shots and explosions coming one after another. Commander! The enemy has begun a full assault on the research facility. Be careful not to get caught in it. Thanks for the warning. Hold them off. We're escorting the young lady out of the lab. Roger, stay safe. The firefight downstairs intensifies further, and several rifle grenades come flying towards the rooftop. Get down! I show Orphaline as we dive towards the doorway. One of the grenades hit the isolation chamber directly. The glass shatters, fragments hurtling towards us under the force of the blast. Ow! It hurts! Orphaline cries out, her face strained as she tries not to show too much pain. I look down and realize that the shard of glass that has lodged itself squarely in her leg. Colfie picks up a pair of lab forceps and carefully pulls out the glass shard. Then she rinses the wound with distilled water and applies an adhesive bandage meant for emergency treatment. Bear with it for now. Once we reach a safe place, you'll be fine. Tis but a scratch! I think that was Liberty's with localization. Tis but a scratch! Doesn't bother me at all! Even as she says this, a small sob escapes Orphaline. She bites her lip hard as if ashamed of her own weakness. Is there anywhere else defendable in this building? The main entrance is swarming with attackers. It's too dangerous to go out that way. But below this building, there's an air raid shelter for emergencies. Take us there. We proceed with extreme caution towards the air raid shelter while being targeted by successive explosions and attacks. Are you alright? Can you walk on your leg? I'm fine. Orphaline endures the pain along the way, still trying to maintain her pride. I've been through worse in Frankfurt. Back then, Igla hadn't been created yet, so no one can help me. It was my father. Orphalin's voice suddenly wavers with both nostalgia and unease. Igla still has to come back? How could she not be here by my side at a time like this? Orphalin really shows such helplessness, but she quickly restrains her back again. Not that I need her to protect me all the time. I'm the heir of the Girard group. I can protect myself. I look at her face. I'm not quite sure how to feel. Yes, I'm sure you can, Miss Orphalin. After passing through long corridors and descending flight after flight of stairs, we finally reached the air raid shelter entrance that Orphalin mentioned. During the journey, whenever her injured leg is jostled, Orphalin would grimace from the pain, only to quickly force herself to straighten up each time. Then she fumbles awkwardly for quite a while before finding and pressing the button, opening the door at the entrance. The blast door, made of half-meter thick homogeneous steel, slowly swings open. Supporting Orphalin, we help her inside. As the heavy door closes, I issue orders to Group 2. We've entered the underground shelter and the rear courtyard. Secure the surrounding area and don't let the enemy get close. Roger, on the way. It's a death note. Commander, the enemy is beginning to withdraw. Is she finally giving up? That doesn't look like that. That doesn't quite look like that. Wait, Monsoon reports that the third Jindal who left earlier has returned. Igla sure reacts quickly. Her vehicle is 3 minutes out. She'll intersect with our team's position. Commander, how should we proceed? Withdraw from research facility. Do not engage. But her target's young lady. She runs to you, Commander. We'll be fine. Maintain a safe distance and observe the air raid shelter where we are. Igla isn't someone we can handle right now. Don't engage her unless there's absolutely no other option. Understood. We'll remain on the perimeter and be ready to provide support at any time. Thank you. Over. You say over and out, but sure. These attackers seem to be withdrawing because they also received news from Igla's return. Something is fishy about the Girard group having such up-to-date information about the situation within the research facility. There are emergency medical kits inside the shelter. Colfin takes one and redresses Orphalin's wound. Orphalin nods and thanks to Colfin, but she is still trembling. She's still clearly worried that the enemy will make their way here. I step forward to reassure her. Don't worry. The attack is over. Why are you carrying weapons? Aren't you a journalist? Journalism is a high-risk profession in this day and age. Knowing how to shoot in self-defense isn't that strange, is it? Is that so? Yeah. But Miss Orphalin, has this research facility ever been attacked before? No, never. Not even once. This place has always been very safe. Its secrecy level is extremely high. Not even the group's own security forces are allowed to approach this facility. No armed security doll? No armed security at all? Don't you find that strange? Not really. Lviv is so safe. Why would you need armed guards for? So this attack was likely triggered by recent events. Is the goal to destroy the research, or are they coming after the young lady? If the young lady is a key figure of Project Eden, there are certainly no shortage of forces who want her gone. Commander, we've completed our withdrawal. Ela has entered the research facility. You must be careful. Got it. Are you really a journalist? From hearing your attitude just now, you... The sudden deafening crash interrupts Orpheline mid-sentence. The shelter security door is blasted open with a massive hole. The tremendous impact twists and warms the heavy steel door. As dust settles, Ela's figure appears in the doorway. The scabbard of her slender rapier at her waist gleams with subdued silver light, mirrored by the silver and gold pistol in her hand. Her posture is immaculate, not that of a doll who's blasted through the steel door, but of an aristocrat stepping into an opera house. Ela raises her gun, aiming directly at my head. Step by step, she walks slowly towards me. Pardon me for rudely interrupting your conversation. If there is any discourtesy, I ask for your understanding. I humbly request that you all immediately step away from the young mistress. If your hesitation causes Miss Orpheline even one additional second of discomfort, I fear I will have to resort to methods that are less polite. Ela's voice is glacially cold. At my signal, Rosa and Colfin do not draw their weapons. I lock eyes with Ela, refusing to bend to her will. You finally made it! Orpheline's eyes glisten with joy, the composure she forced upon herself finally crumbling. Ela steps forward. The sound of her heels is clear and crystalline. She bows slightly, left hand to her chest in a flawless gesture of courtesy. My apologies for being tardy, young mistress. You're injured. For the first time, Ela's voice quivers ever so slightly, though her near-perfect posture doesn't change. Guilt flashes across her face for an instant, swiftly replaced by resolute restraint. She drops to one knee, right hand to her chest, performing an imperceptible oath of loyalty. Seeing you injured is my greatest disgrace in my service as your assistants. It's an unforgivable failure on my part that I was not by your side when you needed me. Please punish me. It's nothing. I'll just cut by some glass. As for a member of the Gerard family, this kind of injury is nothing at all. Your strength moves me, young mistress. Once I deal with these uninvited guests, I'll take you to the finest hospital to ensure no scarring occurs. Ela rises from the floor in one fluid motion. Her gaze settles on us again. With such icy, murderous intent, it sends a chill down my spine. If you are sent here as Seth Faben, perhaps we can conduct a more civilized negotiation. Gerard is willing to offer 10 times your current compensation in exchange for your promise to never set foot in Lviv again. That should be enough for all of you to live as upper-class citizens in any white zone. What do you say? You misunderstand, Ela. Actually, they came back to save me. Young mistress, please allow me to handle these trivial matters. This is my duty. Ela's tone remains gentle and courteous, yet carries an unmistakable finality. You should always remain pure and noble heart, just as you were on the day you found me before the furnace. Let me discern and eradicate the lies of these filthy individuals. Well, On what conditions would you release the young mistress? Name your terms. Or must you force me to tear you apart from Miss Orphelin? You really should listen carefully to what Orphelin is trying to tell you. Even if you don't trust me, at least calm down and analyze the situation in front of you. If I were in cahoots with the tactics outside, I could have just taken Orphelin and left, no? Why would I stay in a shelter? Perhaps your purpose was to play the savior and deceive the young mistress and trust in you. Do you deny it? What would even be the point? They protected me the entire time during the attack. Besides, I'm a good judge of character, so I personally chose to interview me wouldn't possibly be a bad person. Orphelin lifts her chin proudly, though the tension in the air makes her unconsciously clutch the hem of her clothes. Very well. Since Orphelin trusts you, I'll grant you opportunity to explain yourselves. May I ask this editor-in-chief to explain why your entourage consists of armed tactical dolls? And there are some sneaky rats lurking around the perimeter, spying on the place. I assume those are your subordinates as well? She actually knows Group 2 monitoring the perimeter. As expected, she's not an easy opponent. Hey, Twisted. If you're not lucky set by Seth Faven, then you must be dogs of Namtha, or some other currency organization. Unfortunately, you're wrong on all counts. Then, may I ask your affiliation? I'm not affiliated with any faction, but I do have my own agenda. Young mistress, you hurt yourself. This man has ulterior motives. May I deal with them now? But one reason I came here was because I heard that Miss Orphelin might be at risk of an attack. That's why I brought T-Dolls with me. And thanks to them, we were able to repel the first wave of attackers and ensure Miss Orphelin's safety. Surely you can tell the difference between the attacking force and us, can't you? You came here specifically to protect me? Ela frowns, though she wants nothing more than to kill us immediately. There's no change in Orphelin's mind about this. Orphelin raises a hand, signaling Ela to stay her hand. As her attendant, Ela cannot disobey her order. And the other reason I came here was to ask you a burning question. A burning question? I ignored the rapier you pointed at me and asked Orphelin in an unmistakably firm voice. Miss Orphelin, I'm afraid there's more to Project Eden than meets the eye. I don't know what you mean. I've already shown you everything about Project Eden during the demonstration earlier. You said the research had received technical assistance from another scientist, didn't you? Could you tell me honestly, who exactly was this other scientist? Ela's posture shifts subtly, a sharp edge flashing in her eyes. She steps forward half a pace, the sound of her heels echoing clearly in the shelter. Allow me to issue a final warning, Mr. Editor-in-Chief. Miss Orphelin has no obligation to answer such questions. The only reason I hadn't acted yet is because I don't wish for the young mistress to witness something cruel. Do not mistake my tolerance for leverage. Completely unlike her earlier unflappable demeanor, I see unmistakable anger in England for the first time. I must have hit a nerve. Commander, you have a bead on the third chin head. One slight tilt of your head will fire immediately. Luca's voice comes through my earpiece. I remain outwardly calm and decide to press on. But before I can speak, Orphelin begins on her own. It's fine, Igla. There's nothing to hide. I've already told them something earlier. The person who assisted my research is also expert in plant sciences. Her earlier work focused on genetic engineering. She only shifted into botany about 10 years ago. Yeah, I'm talking about Tilovic. The good friend that I mentioned before. You should be able to find her profile on various academic sites. To be honest, I met you under very similar circumstances as when I met her. At the time, I had a bottleneck in my research. I tried countless methods but couldn't break through. Though I hate to admit it, I was stuck. And then she appeared at the right moment. Not only did she help me overcome the technical obstacle, she even proposed more innovative solutions. She fully agreed with my philosophy that plants could lead humanity towards a better future. She's the one who helped me resolve the practical application of the particle transformation carrier. Those flowers. I'm very grateful to her. She's one of the few people who didn't treat me as... Hopefully something stopped, unwilling to continue. In short, Tilovic helped me a great deal back then. There, I told you everything. Orphan turns away from me. Her shoulders are trembling slightly, and her voice has lost its earlier edge. Now it's your turn to answer my questions. Her voice quivers. When you came to interview me, were you really only interested in my research? Yes. But you're not really an editor-in-chief, are you? That's right. I'm not an editor-in-chief. But I am interested in your research. Though only because the subject of your research is connected to a cult. This Tilovic you mentioned is very likely a member of said cult. Cult? Paradis. Have you heard that name before? Orpheline looked amused. She glanced at Igla, then slowly shakes her head. Based on what I know, the assistance you received came from Paradis, most likely. That famous organization from Germany from years ago? It's a long-standing cult that used tens of thousands of people as test subjects in contamination zones, all to satisfy its ambitions. They're supposed to have been eradicated, but now they've resurfaced. Which means the so-called scientific assistance you accepted was very likely the result of human experimentation. Impossible! That's nonsense! Those epiphyllums? Your so-called particle carriers were never naturally occurring plants. They were deliberately cultivated and designed to spread collapsed particles in contamination zones, destroying and mutating the living environments of the people there. Who could do such a thing? Where did those plants come from? Do you truly not know anything at all? I didn't! Orphan stares at me with wide eyes, then looks away, as the heirs of Jiragu it's impossible for her to be completely uninformed. She tries to deny it, but her nature won't allow her to lie. Have you said enough? Before Miss Orphan's lunchtime begins, I must remove anything that could affect her appetite. Eli points her gun at me. Mr. Editor-in-Chief, let's start with you. Stop trying to kill my boyfriend! Orphan struggles to her feet, braces her arms, and stands in between me and Igla. Your mistress, please step back! Panic sees through Igla's voice for the first time, though her grip on the gun remains steady. Listen to me, Igla. You've always protected me, made decisions for me, solved all my problems, but this time, I had to face it myself. If I don't even have the courage to face this, what right do I have to claim that I want to change the world? There's no trace of forced arrogance in Orphaline's voice now, only a mix of determination and vulnerability. Igla's hand trembles slightly, and she slowly lowers the gun. Orphaline turns back to look at me. You said Chilifig might belong to a cult. Human experimentation is definitely wrong. But what I felt from her was genuine passion and sincerity towards botany. Even if she really is a bad person, the knowledge she brought has undeniably advanced my research in a substantial way. But that knowledge is built on the suffering of countless innocent people. No, you don't understand what I mean. Even if what you say is true, as long as Project Eden is successfully launched, if everything I envision comes to pass, it will bring immense benefits to the entire world. Those plagued by radiant sickness, those struggling to survive in the yellow zones, all of them will be redeemed. Knowledge itself isn't evil. Even if it originates from mistakes, I can guide it into the right path. Or is that wrong? You saw my demonstration earlier, didn't you? Energy converted from radiation can massively boost productivity, improve quality of life, and free countless people from meaningless repetitive labor. Then everyone can devote themselves to creative and productive work. If we're on the brink of such a world, can you really dismiss my research as evil so lightly? Science itself has no stance. Whether a result is good or bad depends solely on how people use it. Can you be certain your research will be used that way? Science may have no stance, but those who wield it do. When you can't control the power science brings, its stance will no longer bend to your will. And a path built on a wrong foundation can never lead to a right destination. That's something I experienced personally. You lived through Frankfurt as well. You should understand better than anyone what really happened. Once class particles are gathered by those class equivalents, can you truly control how they'll be used? Your Project Eden will be harvesting an immense quantity of particles. Will you have full control over what they will be used for? What do you mean? At the site of the incident I encountered, I found large numbers of victims sealed in culture tubes. It was an illegal underground laboratory. The victims were packed into containers like livestock, and inside those containers were plants very similar to those in your research. They were cultivated into eaglets, even bujins, without a high density particle irradiation. That simply couldn't be achieved in such a short time. With technology that gathers class particles in high concentration, not only eaglets, perhaps even bujins, could be mass-produced. Given how well you understand your own research, you must know how catastrophic it would be if a massive stockpile of class particles from your project were misused. Do you really think that would be... Do you really think that would still be right? I had no idea. Igla, have you heard of this? Orphaline's voice trembles. Her arms hang limply at her sides. She no longer tries to hide her confusion and fear behind her proud facade. Young mistress, be honest. I want the truth. A similar incident did occur recently on the outskirts of Sally City. Since it fell under the jurisdiction of the Gerard Group, I conducted a brief investigation. Later, the matter was passed over to the Namfa, so I don't know the details beyond that. In other words, this editor-in-chief was telling the truth. All I can say is that a similar event has occurred, but there's no proven connection to your research, nor is there any evidence linking to it to Lady Chilovic. Orphan clenches her fist, not daring to look at me. She turns and issues an order to Igla. Igla? I'm ordering you to investigate this matter immediately and thoroughly. I'll never forgive anyone who dares to abuse my research in such a way. Immediately? Yes! This knowledge is meant for a better future. Past mistakes can be corrected. But what them? Let them go. Miss Orpheline, we absolutely cannot let them go. Why not? We were just offering them money to keep them from ever setting foot in Lviv again. The situation is different now. If we let them go and they expose the fact that you accepted external scientific resistance, your research will be ruined. Are you truly willing to accept that outcome? Orpheline turns back, gathering her courage to face me again. If your goal is to make this public, then be my guest. I believe in my research, regardless of its origins, as something meant to be for the future of this world. I stand by my view. Science itself has no stance. Whether a result is good or bad depends on how people use it. I believe I have the power to ensure my research is used for the right path. Project Eden will officially begin tomorrow. When you witness the beginning of the experiment tomorrow, I hope you'll change your mind. She reaches out and forces Igla, who had pointed the gun at me again while speaking, to lower her weapon. She really wants to point that gun. Orpheline, now fragile yet resolute, is no longer the haughty young mistress. Let them go. After all, they just saved me. And I don't want to owe them a debt. Igla looks at Orpheline. Complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Finally, she nods. As you wish, Miss Orpheline. Orpheline leaves the shelter with Igla. The research facility is now teeming with members of the Gerard Group and the PSA. The duo board is a luxurious sedan, and gradually disappear into the distance, while far behind them, a team of dolls silently follow in pursuit. Okay. Let's save the rest for tomorrow. Because I'm not going to be able to make it. Yeah, I already committed to this being separated into 2 parts. So I'm going to stop here. Because it's a good stopping point. And I will take care of the rest tomorrow. Because yeah, I'll stream tomorrow to take care of this. That way we all aren't up until like midnight. You know what I mean? Maybe the hedgehog or the fox. Alright, no problem. I'm glad you guys were stuck around. Even though I'm technically doing a repeat of this. But yeah, tomorrow, it'll be same time, 5 o'clock. So I will see y'all later. Y'all take care.